Did you get a copy of the report that was made of all, like everything that was in there?
Mm-hmm. Was I supposed to get that?
No, I don't think so. But I was just asking if you did.
Yeah.
No, because I was gonna ask you if you seen
Hey, Rush City, you're live, by the way. You have a live mic, just letting you know that.
Yeah.
Just push this button.
We're unmuted.
Thank you. We just have board members. We have an explanation about the equipment today.
Hello, everyone. Just for everybody who is connected on the far end and everybody who is here, we're trying to use the goosenecks today for the first time. We may be having a couple problems with them, so we're going to start out the meeting and see how everything goes. You don't need to lean in too far. 6 to 8 inches is a good distance. It should be able to pick you up. You need to press the little button on the middle to change the LED from red to green. And it's best to practice good meeting etiquette here where one person at a time talks, because that's where we're having the most problems. If somebody on the far end is talking and we start talking through the gooseneck specifically, it will kind of cut everybody off at the same time. So we're still trying to figure that out. But for now, if we one at a time, gooseneck should work fine. So that being said, hope you guys have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I will call the meeting of the Minnesota Supervisory Lease Board to order. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. We have a number of cases that we will be reviewing today. I believe all of these cases are cases of who were juvenile cases that are certified as adults. So all board members will be included in this hearing and will be voting in these cases. With that, we'll do a roll call of members. Member Christine Bray.
Here.
Member Joe Earhart.
Here.
Member Andrew Lipson.
Here.
Member Cheryl Ramsden.
Here.
Member Jody Nelson.
Here.
And member Don Struford. He is here. With the record reflect that Chanel's here. So with the record reflect that all members of the board are present. And with that, we will turn to the cases today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Patterson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Release Board. We're here today to review Rashad Coleman, who's present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Rush City. Mr. Coleman also has his advocate, Ms. Pat Hughes, at the facility with him. Here with me at the Department of Corrections in Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervisory Release Board, along with the board members that were just introduced. Our records indicate that on October 18th of 2003, St. Paul Police and St. Paul medics responded to Concordia College regarding a call that a female student was raped. Mr. Coleman entered an unlocked dorm room, woke up the victim, sexually assaulted. Ms. Coleman, he stole the victim's wallet, threatened to kill the victim if she called the police. At the hospital, the victim had documented injuries on her left shoulder, even on her throat. On June 28th of 2004, the BCA issued a report that said the DNA collected at the time of the sexual assault matched that of Rashad Coleman. On June 19th of 2004, at approximately 4:30 a.m., West St. Paul Police dispatched to West St. Paul residents on a reported sexual assault. Rashad Coleman entered the residence of a 28-year-old female victim while she was sleeping in her bedroom with her 4-year-old son. Coleman placed his hands over the victim's mouth, instructed the 4-year-old son to lie down on the bed, and ordered the victim to Coleman sexually assaulted the victim. He then demanded money and ordered the victim and son to the basement. He then fled the residence. The DNA analysis matched that of Rashad Coleman. Rashad Coleman was convicted of 4 consecutive aggravated sentences in Ramsey and Dakota counties. His sentencing in Ramsey County occurred on March 16th of 2005, and sentencing in Dakota County on November 14th of 2005. His remaining active sentences are criminal sexual conduct first degree, 144 months, and criminal sexual conduct third degree, 172 months. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Coleman now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervisory Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years incarceration. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 21 years of incarceration. His minimum confinement release date was originally November 9th of 2026. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Coleman is eligible to be considered for parole as of June 29th, 2024. Thank you. Turn this matter on. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. So today we want to start first by providing an opportunity for one of the persons harmed or victimized in this case to provide input to the board. And so with that, I would just turn this over to do you want to introduce and set the stage?
Good morning, board. With me, I have Amy, as well as her parents, Richard and Sheila. We are here today to share an impact statement regarding the impact that offense has had on Amy. I am going to start first with a statement from Andrea, Amy's sister. I am writing this letter on behalf of my sister Amy, the victim of Rashad Coleman. In my mind, this is a simple decision for you to make. A rapist should not be released from prison early, particularly when the crime was committed in front of a child. The perpetrator's actions were not only an assault on the victim, but also an attack on safety and well-being of her child, my nephew, who witnessed such a horrific act. Early release undermines the justice system and sends the wrong message. The lasting damage inflicted on my sister and nephew cannot be undone. The perpetrator should face the full consequences of their actions to ensure accountability and protect others from future harm. Society has a duty to ensure that justice is served and that those commit such heinous crimes are held fully accountable for their actions. This crime forever changed my sister's life. She has fought to preserve and rebuild. The strength she has gained in the face of this adversity doesn't erase the damage done. It does, however, fuel her determination to move forward, despite the life-altering impact which she endured at the hands of Rashad Coleman. Please make the right decision by not allowing an early release for him.
On June 19th, 2004, I, Amy Vitale, was violently raped in front of my then 4-year-old son. The predator was then 16-year-old Rashad Coleman, who lived across the street from my son and I, who also raped a young college student roughly a year before he chose myself and my son as his next victims. My son is now 25 years old and doing well. When I got the notification about this parole hearing, I wasn't sure how to approach it with my son, but I wanted him to have a voice in this hearing if he wanted to or even had memories of it. I was hoping his memories had faded and that he couldn't remember. Unfortunately, he still remembers it. He says he doesn't have any dreams about it, and I hope for his sake he doesn't. I'm praying that he is not just saying that to protect me. The past 20 years and 9 months have not been easy. I spent a lot of years drinking. I used drinking as a coping mechanism to numb the pain, help me sleep, help me forget. I have been in the psych ward a couple of times at local hospitals. I lost my leg due to a fall during one of my drinking episodes. My son went to live with my parents because I couldn't be the mother I needed to be to him. I lost a big part of my life trying to forget what happened. I've learned I can't forget what happened and can change what happened. I can change how I handle my negative emotions or nightmares that come up. I have been sober now since July 2021 and have been trying to think of myself as a survivor now instead of a victim. I've also been in therapy and taking things one day at a time. Will my life ever be the same? No. I have spent a lot of time thinking about what I wanted to say to the board and to you, Rashad. I don't know what you have done in prison, if anything, to better yourself. I hope you have. I hope you got the sex offender treatment you needed. I hope you got some education. Do I think sex offender treatment can work? I don't know. I can't be the one to judge that. And in the end, we all only have one judge, and that is our higher power. Or whatever decision you make is your decision. I can't control that. What I can control is my reaction to that decision. Whatever happens, I'm going to keep taking things one day at a time, whether he gets out this year or next. For whatever happens today, I take my power back. I have survived and will continue to survive.
Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for sharing that with us. It's appreciated, and it's important that you have a voice in this process. So we thank you for that, and congratulations on your sobriety. It's quite an accomplishment. All right. With that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Coleman. Mr. Coleman, I'd like to start out by asking you to talk about what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I really don't know what to expect or what I want. It's just a sad situation. So I don't. I don't really have any expectations. I'm in sex treatment right now. I would like the opportunity to finish it now. And my SRD day is next year, so yeah, I don't have any expectations.
As I understand it, you have been in treatment, as you said, I think since February. You did some pre-treatment work as well, right?
Yeah, technically I've been in treatment since August 1st. I started full-time February 4th.
Okay. And how is that going?
It's actually going pretty good. Even in this short while that I've been in full-time, I've kind of been forced to think about and feel emotions that I buried for these past 20 years. I've had to bury thoughts and emotions. I felt like that's what I had to do to be able to get through this time. But now that I'm in treatment, you have to explore those emotions to really figure some things out. So I thought I was doing something healthy by burying them, but now I see it's been very unhealthy. I have a good therapist that challenges me. It challenges everybody in the group. Make sure that we're all accountable for our actions. It's been going well so far, but it's only been 2 months in full time. So hopefully, the longer I go, the deeper I get. I think the better things will be.
Whether it's been in treatment or just through the term and course of your incarceration, what insights have you gained into your offending?
Was just thinking back how I was as a 16-year-old. I was pretty selfish and self-centered. felt like I can do whatever I want to do. When I say selfish, I mean like doing things, acting out in ways where you don't think about how your actions affect other people. That's something I never thought about as a 16-year-old. I just, it's my life, so I can do what I want. And now that I'm a 37-year-old man, I realize how messed up that way of thinking was. Not only has it changed my life, it changed the victims' lives. It changed the lives of, all the people that love and care about me. I would say that's the biggest thing. And my biggest regret is that I've affected so many people's lives in such a negative way. I don't really see no way that I can fix that. And that's what kind of hurts the most. I wish there was a way I could fix everything, but there's not. And over this time, I've got to know who I am, like my likes and dislikes, and what makes me tick. I had a hard time with being honest and being manipulative. Over time, I've changed that. It feels good to be honest, but in order to be honest with other people, you have to be honest with yourself. And that's something that I had to do first. And that took a long time for me to be able to do that. It took like 12, 13 years for me to really be honest about my situation and what I did. But once I got to that point, things just started to be clear for me. That if I want to have a productive life, think about things before I do them, and always think about how my actions will affect other people. I never want to make the same mistake again. Not only why I'm here, but reoffending in any type of way. It's not something I have any interest in or intention to do. I can honestly say that I actually like the person I am today. And, I'm just ready to start living instead of existing. Being in here for 2 decades, it's not living, you're just existing. I'm ready to just go out there and enjoy whatever time I have left on this earth in a productive and positive way.
What do you've gotten to hear directly from one of the people who was affected by your crime. What do you owe? Do you believe you owe to your victims specifically and to the community more broadly?
Like I said, I don't really think there's nothing I can do to change what happened. I definitely feel remorseful and sad about the situation. It should have never happened. And to hear her statement, it just brings up those thoughts and emotions that I try to bury. It's not something I try to think about during my incarceration because I feel like a monster. I like being the person that brought joy and happiness to people's lives, and now, because of my decisions, I'm the monster in some people's nightmares. And it's not a great feeling. I mean, if there was anything I could do, I mean, I would do it.
If you were sitting face to face with people that in person, face to face, what would you say?
I would apologize and let them know that I was 100% wrong and out of line. I would let them know that they didn't do anything wrong. I'll let them know that I'll always feel shame and guilt about what I did. And I would let them know that I'm not that same 16-year-old little boy that committed these crimes. I'm a 37-year-old man that knows better and will always strive to do better.
You wrote in your letter to the board, you said, quote, I understand how my actions could have massive effects on victims' lives, now even 20 years later.
Yes.
You got the chance to hear the effect of this. Is it what you imagined?
Yes. I actually had the opportunity to hear another peer in treatment go through his victim impact class, and he read a letter, and it was kind of similar to the one that she just read. And during that, while he was reading that, I kind of was tearing up a little bit because everything that was said was how I felt. Like I said, I'm always gonna feel guilt and shame about what I did, especially knowing how much she's had to struggle because of what I did to her and how much it changed her life. I never asked for forgiveness. I mean, I feel like I would need to be able to forgive myself before I can ask somebody to forgive me. And I know that I'll never be able to forgive myself for this. I've hurt and infected too many people's lives, and there's no way I can, make up for that. So.
You also talked about how you made the comment going through this experience, and I was assuming you're talking about the experience of the justice system and then imprisonment.
Yes.
Helped me enormously. Can you talk about the enormity of the impact that your involvement has had on you? How has as you wrote, going through this experience helped me enormously? Can you describe what you mean by that?
Like I said, it took a good 12 years for me to be honest with myself about everything. I personally believe that if I wouldn't have never went through something like this, that I wouldn't have changed as, like a person. Not like committing crimes, but just being that just self-centered, selfish individual, just doing what I want to do. I don't think I would have changed if I wouldn't have went through something like this. I mean, I've lost so much because of my choices. And I think that is what kind of helped me change too. Like, you lose everything. I lost everything because of the choices I made, and I lost people that I love and care about. I lost my future. I lost my kids. I mean, I've lost family members. The only person that never turned their back on me through this experience was my grandmother. So, like, going through that makes you, instead of saying, like, poor me and, you know, victim stancing, it makes you look into yourself and ask the question of, well, why did these people turn their back on you? You know, why did you lose these things? You know, why did you lose your future? Why did you lose your kids? And that makes you look at yourself and the decisions that you made and who you are as a person. And once I was able to do that, that's when I started seeing myself change.
That's helpful. I want to just challenge one of the propositions that you made, and you talk about destroying your future. Remember, the future is what's ahead, and regardless of the action of this board today, the reality is that you have a hard out date, no matter what happens today.
Right.
And that future, trust me, when you're in my shoes at my age, 37, still has a fair amount of runway, right? I just want to be clear about that because I think, that's I think an important recognition for you. You also made a comment in your letter that I thought was interesting, and I wondered about some other correlations. You talked about that one of the things that you're going to really focus on as you transition out is keeping yourself busy. And you wrote, because I feel that too much idle time is what played a part in me indulging.
Yes.
And I wondered, you've also had some challenges along the way during your incarceration. Certainly has gotten far, far better, I think, the longer you were in. But even in the relatively recent past, some issues with maybe some substance use and that kind of stuff. Can you talk about the extent to which that being idle played a role in some of that, or was it other factors that played a role in that?
Yeah, back then, when I was 16, the idle time was, like you're bored, so I'm just looking for something to do. And most of the time, looking for something to do was doing something negative for the thrill of it, just the excitement. But now, when I say keep myself busy, it's more like if I was to be released, like trying to do as much overtime as I can, working my job. I was just talking with my friend Mark yesterday about this basketball league that he's in with some of the guys that we used to play basketball with back in the day. He likes to go work out. I go work out with him. It's more of that, like just keep myself busy on that type of level. Because, like I said before, I have no intention or interest of committing any type of crimes. I just would like to keep myself busy because I feel like I've missed so much. Like I said, I'm not the same 16-year-old, so I'm not looking for thrill and excitement. I'm just looking to live instead of exist.
So let me ask you then about, in going back, I'll just go back to like April of 2024. And there was some property damage, interference with security, fire hazards, some stuff. February of 2024, possession of other contraband, and this being in order. What motivated that? Was that boredom? Was that idleness? Was that what was that about?
That was the smoking of the K2. I wouldn't say it was boredom or idleness. It was more of like, it was just a lot of it around. People kept kind of like really was just giving it to me, like kind of like giving it away type of stuff. So because there was so much of it, so I was every now and then I would try it. More just as an escape type of thing. Not really bored. Yeah, it was really just, I've been down so long. I was just trying to try something new type of thing. Not something I was really heavy into, but every now and then.
So what's the lesson then about that as you think about your future, emphasis on the word future? What's the lesson that you take from those choices? Because I think it's, pretty, you don't have to look far. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for you to be involved in and have chances to try new things that you haven't had while you've been in, to feel like and to have it around and plentiful in the wild and the real world out here as well. So what's the lesson you take from those experiences as you think about your future?
Obviously, I'm not going to, and I don't want to partake in anything that could lead me back in prison. I would say the major difference would be like I'm already in prison. So for me, somebody who's been down for a long time, like I just have a different type of view of what a consequence is. Like going to SEG for smoking isn't a consequence to me. It's more of an inconvenience. Now, the difference will be in the world, if I do something like that, that can lead me back in prison. Coming back to prison is a consequence to me. Going out there and committing any type of crime is a consequence to me. And that's just my view, because this has been my life for almost 21 years. This is not something I ever want to experience again. So I'm definitely going to be vigilant on not partaking in anything that could lead me back here or being around people that could lead me back here. As So I do take, my future serious.
Are you familiar? Have you ever heard the term locus of control?
Can you repeat that?
Have you ever heard the term locus of control?
Lowness of control.
Locus, LOCUS. I guess there people oftentimes talk about having kind of an internal or external locus of control, and external locus of control is really kind of that what keeps us in check is to whatever degree it's successful outside external sources, the law, the police, some consequences. It's external to us versus an internal locus of control, which is kind of like I'm going to oversimplify here, but the difference between kind of like I'm motivated because of my own sense of the difference between right and wrong. And so I'm asking this as I'm laying this out just as a proposition and as a question to you, because one of the things that I guess I'm wondering about is, and what your response is to this, is what you just described was that it was this external locus of control, the consequence of spending 10 days or 15 days in a hole is not quite the same as being sent back to prison if you're in the community, and how that really is more of an external control versus that internal sense of like, I'm healthy, I'm in a place where I just I'm going to control this, not based upon my fear of the consequence or lack of fear of the consequence. Does that make sense? And yeah. So I guess I'm asking you, do you think that you still need to develop a deeper sense of what's going to motivate you? Is it going to be the control of the system? Or is it going to be Rashad Coleman and his values and the changes he's made in his life?
I would say it would be the changes that I've made in my life. Like I said before, I'm far from being that same 16-year-old. I think I have a healthy fear of coming back to prison, and that fear is internal. So I do believe that, obviously I understand right from wrong and not doing things because I know they're wrong. I really don't know what else to say about that.
Okay. I appreciate that. I would just offer that as something to think about as you're in the treatment process. Just where controls and limits are going to be placed on your behavior. Is it going to be set by you and your values, or is it going to be driven by your agent or the system as you go forward? And obviously, we're talking about, this was a decision that was made about a year ago. So it's not like we're not talking about when you were 16. We're talking about a choice that you made a year ago. And so that's just the challenge I want to offer. I want to just offer an opportunity for Ms. Hughes to kind of provide any information or input that she would like to, and then we'll open it to the board for questions to both, if that's okay. Ms. Hughes, what would you like to offer or provide by way of input to the board?
Well, do you have the whole afternoon? No. I'm just in awe of what Rashad has had to say to you. I was the attorney that represented him way back in 2004, 2005, on both cases, Ramsey County and Dakota County. What I can tell you from the beginning, I was with him when he wanted to turn himself in, and throughout both ordeals, Rashad never wanted to fight it. He always wanted to plead guilty because he knew that what he did was wrong. And I know as a 16-year-old, he was pretty traumatized by what he did when he realized what he did. But still had that in him, that goodness that I'm not going to hurt any more people. I'm not going to hurt the victims anymore. I'm not going to hurt my family anymore. So he pled guilty in both the cases. We tried to keep it in juvenile court because we wanted him to get the help right away. However, that wasn't in the cards for him, and he was sentenced to a lot of time. I know that Dakota County wanted a lot of time, and we even had the prosecutors in Ramsey County talk to them because they thought it was too long. Well, it was shortened up, but still, today, Mr. Coleman has been in custody, incarcerated for over 20 years. And I knew Rashad before these events. I actually went to his different sporting events. He was an amazing athlete. He was on the track to be a professional athlete. He was popular in school. Actually, I think when he was a sophomore, he was the Duke of Homecoming. He had everything going with him, for him, and this happened. And I can tell just by sitting next to him the impact that the victim here, Amy, what she had to say, how it affected him, and how he has been honest with you about in therapy dealing with his emotions about it, and how he, in order to get through prison time, he stuffed a lot of his emotions, but now through the therapy that he's getting, he's able to start dealing with it. I've always known, because I've stayed in touch with Rashad over the years, I've always known how bad he's felt, how sorry he has felt about what happened. And I remember in 2014, he sent me a note and he talked about, how he was trying to push through, and someday he would be able to get out and be a better person and serve the community in some way. And I've worked in the prisons. I worked in Stillwater for 3 years, working with inmates. I'm here today as a private citizen because I do work full-time for the Ramsey County Public Defender. And so I took today off to come and be with Rashad. And first of all, I'm not trying to minimize the crimes that he committed. I'm not trying to diminish the seriousness of those. But I think he's been here over 20 years. I see someone who is now mature. As you know, I'm preaching to the choir when I talk to you about a juvenile's brain isn't developed until they're like 24, 25 years old. they're impulsive, their behavior is reckless at times. And not that I'm making excuses for Rashad, but he was a juvenile and he did some really stupid stuff and got into drugs, and but he has paid the price. So have his victims, but he has paid the price. And what I see here today is I see a person who has been very insightful with his answers. I see somebody that has hurt and has been sad and would like to get out of prison sometime in the near future, be a better person. He's already a better person, but be a better person and serve his community, get back out there with people. He had a lot of connections, and what I can say is that I know people and community leaders that definitely will support him when he is released. And as far as me, I will never give up on Rashad. I truly believe that he is a good person that made a terrible, terrible mistake years ago. I'm a very good friend of his grandmother who loves him very much. She's suffering from cancer right now. She's 84 years old, and she wants to be able to see him before she leaves this earth. And I do believe that he will be able to get out of prison in a reasonable period of time. I know when he and I talked today, and we talked about treatment, which I really believe he has put himself in wholeheartedly. I believe that he probably could complete treatment maybe by May or June of 2026, based on what he told me. And that's a little short of the November 9th, I think, 2026 date. But I believe that once he has, more of the therapy and treatment, I believe that he will be ready. And I can tell you that his family, his mom, his grandmother in particular, and a lot of people in the community will support Rashad. I know in talking to him, apparently there's some marketing company that is willing to hire him that he's found out about. But I think it's his emotional, cognitive situation right now that I am so impressed. And I know that he sat here and he's been honest with every response that he's giving you, Commissioner, and the board. What's done is done, and he's just trying to, crawl out of the ashes. I can see how the impact, the statement that the victim had on Rashad today. And as you can tell, during his time here, he's gone through a lot of different emotions. When he first came, obviously, 16 years old, scared. And from my experience working in the prison, there were certain groups that were more vulnerable to being assaulted or whatever. And one group is the criminal sexual conduct cases. And so based on what I know, I believe that Rashad has handled himself as best he could. And I, again, am so impressed with his answers today, which were honest, and his insightfulness about how he was when he was 16 and how he is now. I think I would hope that everyone here knows that people can change and they can grow, and especially somebody that goes in as a 16-year-old and has the insightfulness and thoughtfulness that you've seen today, I do believe that he will, once he's done with his treatment, and like I said, hopefully he's thinking May or June of 26th, that he'd be ready for release. And I believe that he's already planning, working out with his friend Mark, and he was a basketball star, so just getting back into that, and being productive as a community person, whatever job he might have. There will be support out there for him. Will it be easy? Not always, but I think he's done his time, and he's now, as has been set up, he's preparing to leave. And we just ask that you let him, allow him to be released once he's finished treatment, because I do believe, knowing him for all these years, he will be ready to go, and I would be very surprised if he ever came back into the system again. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here today, and we appreciate your support of Mr. Coleman over the years. And with that, I'm going to open questions to members of the board for either Mr. Coleman or Ms. Hughes. Go ahead, Don. We can't hear you.
I don't know how to use this machine yet. Mr. Coleman, you've been an athlete for a long time, and I think good reason to be proud of what you've accomplished. Have you been a team player, and what credit do you give to the teamwork?
As far as a team would, I don't really understand the question as far as a team player with what, as far as sports or in life?
Let's move to life. Another thing that's always been important to me, especially when I've been dealing with hard changes, I have to do it myself, but I can't do it alone. And I've changed best when I felt there's other people working with me.
Yes.
Treatment.
Yeah. The treatment that we do here is like are like group sessions. So we kind of give each other feedback when we're presenting certain assignments. I always try to give people positive feedback. I never want to try to down somebody. And I was a tutor twice. I actually like helping guys. Like, I'm good at math, so I was helping guys with their math so they can get their GEDs or their ABEs.
I would call that teamwork.
Yeah, I do like helping people, especially when it's something that I'm good at. Because then I feel confident that I can actually help them. So
I respect that a lot. Can you identify anybody that's been helping you, or can you ask for help yourself? At times I think you're carrying your personal load. It's too heavy for one person to carry. I'll get right to the point. I want you to have some good help. Is that available?
Yeah, I realized that lately too. As far as like my emotions, I try not to be emotional with other people, but I've noticed that that's not healthy. There are one or two guys that I'm over here in this unit with that I can talk to as far as, my crimes, how I felt about my crimes, how I feel about them now. And he tells me, the same thing, so we can have those type of conversations. And I feel like that's a good thing to be able to do, to be able to feel comfortable and vulnerable with somebody. It's been a while since I felt that way, where I could be comfortable and vulnerable to somebody, especially being here in prison. So.
Again, I call that teamwork, and I'm glad you're finding it, and I just encourage, stay the course, man. You're a team player. It's going to help.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, I have a question. First of all, I congratulate you for getting into sex offender treatment programming. There were a couple different recommendations made about SUD, either getting an assessment or getting into substance use disorder treatment. What are you thinking about that?
When I was in Stillwater, I was trying to get into the Analyst program. When the director, Miss Kandikova, she wrote me back. She said I had to have a certain amount of time left before I can get in there. And I guess I had too much time still. But I wrote her a couple kites, tried to get over there. And then in the process of that is when Oasis called. So I would thought that doing sex treatment would be a priority over the substance abuse. So I came here.
Do you think you need substance abuse treatment?
I mean, I don't think I need it, but I do think it could be helpful.
I'm just curious, because there was a lot written about you in the psych report, and I'm sure you read it, regarding school. And one of the comments you made, because you went to private school and yet you went home, your grandmother's, and she was 1 or 2 blocks from the hood. I think that's how you described it. And so you felt like you were 2 people. I'm curious, what private school did you go to?
I went to IHM St. Luke's. I went to St. Agnes, and I also attended St. Thomas Academy.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Coleman, I have a question. It was approximately a year and 4 months between the 2 committing offenses. And I'm wondering during that time period what you were telling yourself after that first offense. Did you start planning the next offense? What did you feel after you committed that first offense? Was there any remorse at that time or just planning for the next offense? What was going on with you?
Honestly, after the first offense, I was scared for like a few weeks because I thought, one day the police were going to come arrest me and I'm going to go to jail. And that didn't happen. So honestly, I kind of forgot about it. Or tried to forget about it. It wasn't something that was planned. It was more impulsive. The second offense happened 8 months later, and it was the same thing. It wasn't planned. It was more just impulsive. So that's pretty much it.
And were you using substances at the time you committed one or both of these offenses? Were you under the influence?
Just marijuana.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, do you recall meeting with the program review team February 27th, 3 weeks or so after you started full-time treatment?
Yes.
Do you recall making this statement that you knew you needed to work on your views of women and you're working on this in treatment?
Yeah, that's something that I realized once I started treatment. When you're in pre-treatment, they give you this weekly like form you have to fill out, and on one side of it is a sexual goal that you want to work on, and then the other one is a non-sexual goal. And I didn't really know what to put, so then the therapist was asking me questions, just like how I view women and stuff like that. And one of the things that I realized that I've done over the years is objectify women, where you basically just see them as, when you see them, you just notice like their body and how they look and if they're attractive or not, and not really paying attention to who they are as a person. So I felt like that was one of the goals that I need to work on.
Mr. Coleman, how have you been working on that in treatment, and what do you think you still have left to work on in that regard?
I believe my next quarter, as far as a core class, will be SAD, which is like the sexual something dynamics. I can't remember what the A stands for, but I believe we'll be digging deeper into that during that class. Right now, I'm in a different class, so I can't really give you a concise answer for that question. Once I get into that class, I think I'll be able to work through the objectifying during that class. But I'm still in the beginning of treatment, so in this small time, I've seen that it's been helpful already, but I'm still in the beginning, so I can't really give you, a concise answer right now.
So is it fair to say you've got a long way to go in that regard?
I guess it's fair to say, yeah. I wouldn't say it's like a problem that I'm preoccupied with, but I would just say it's something that I need to work on.
Have you participated in restorative justice at all?
No, I have not.
Has it been available where you've been?
I'm pretty sure. Honestly, it's not something that I actually really looked into. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been available. It's just something I never tried to get into.
Well, another comment that was made in that review just last month was that he showed little remorse for the victims of his crime. Do you think that's true?
Who made that comment?
It was the program review team that you met with February 27th. So
yeah.
It was about 3 weeks ago.
No, I asked who made that comment because I'm pretty sure I didn't make that comment.
It was in the review team's notes of what.
Oh, yeah. I was just.
Meeting.
Yeah, I was talking to Pat before we came on about that part of it because I felt when I was asked about how I felt my actions affected the victim that I didn't really give a good answer, and I didn't want to make it seem like I wasn't remorseful or I didn't feel bad. I just, like I said, I kind of buried those type of feelings and thoughts because I didn't want to see myself as a monster. So I knew my answer was terrible, and that's why I asked my therapist about it. I told her what happened, the question that was asking me, and I told her that my answer wasn't really sufficient. I talked to other guys in the group who have been here longer than me about victim impact. So I knew that my answer wasn't sufficient, but I did try to, try to figure it out. And that's when I noticed that me burying my emotions was a very unhealthy thing for me to do, even though I felt it was necessary for me to get through this time. So, I'm still in the process of digging deeper on that too.
Why was that unhealthy?
I mean, I think for anybody it's unhealthy to bury your feelings and emotions. Now I'm starting to see, like, if you deal with them in the moment, things will be easier for you as far as just being open and honest about whatever situation you're in. Me burying my feelings stopped me from being honest with myself, so that's why it's unhealthy to me.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Coleman, I want to, before the board goes into deliberation and discussion about next step, I want to provide you with one last opportunity to make any statement to the board you would like before we do that. Open for you.
I'm not that 16-year-old that you read about in those, that black and white. It has been 20 years. I would just like an opportunity to, get out and live my life. Enjoy whatever time I have left. It's something that's going to haunt me forever. I mean, I have children that are grown now that I don't have any connection to, and that just brings it back to me knowing that I affected so many lives in such a negative way, and I don't want to be that person. I want an opportunity to be able to try to change that narrative and show people who I am today, and not just have them remember me as, that 16-year-old that committed these heinous crimes. And I'll just thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. At this time, we will close this portion and move into board discussion and deliberation. And so with that, I would open it to the board for that purpose.
Well, I would make a motion to deny parole and do another review once he's completed. I would second that.
So there's a motion on the table to deny parole today, obviously, and continue him until the completion of treatment. And we don't know exactly what that will be, but assuming misuse is right, I don't know if that would be a viable time frame. She said May or June, I believe. He thought that he could complete
18 to 24 months.
Yeah, yes, yeah. That's what I read.
Yeah, 2 years.
I just want to ask one thing. If that is what the board decides to do, it would be helpful if you put a caveat on it that if he doesn't successfully complete by his confinement release date.
Right, because he has a hard out date. If and so either way, he would be going out. The one thing that the one thing that maybe could be thought about or looked at is even a paper or file review in May or June of next year to see, because if there is, I think about obviously we want him to have be through treatment, and I think he said that's a goal of his. And I just want to make clear that he's had challenges along the way. He's had some successes as well, and along the way with both in school and et cetera, some of the vocational things that he's done and so forth. And so as I think about that transition of going in at 16 and walking out hard at 38, whatever age he would be at that time. And once he hits his confinement release date, the board has no jurisdiction. It's a hard out, a release. At the same time, I think there is some, to be able to, well, certainly there would be a consideration of this in the setting of his conditions upon release. But if there was a mechanism whereby, even if it was a short period of time where there was his treatment was completed and he could do some transition, whether that's a work release or something like that, where there is just some transition versus a hard cold you're out. It just might be something that we do by way of a paper review. And so I know that that's not part of the motion, but it could be included if the motion maker and seconder were so inclined. But it just would be an opportunity for us to at least, I think, circle back and hear like where things are at, and provide an opportunity, for us to, if he has made substantial progress and completion is nearby, perhaps we would have a little bit of time where we could look at some transition options prior to his release. I don't know. Pardon me?
I'm open for adding. Yeah.
So
is the seconder.
Okay. So we would deny with the expectation that treatment be completed, but we would also provide a paper file review. We'll just say it may. It doesn't, at May of next year, where we would get access and get an update in terms of where he's at with treatment and what completion of treatment may look like, and if he's in a place where that's there, we could look at some options in terms of step down potentially to go forward. Are there other things that people would like to see happen during the course of this? I mean, not that there will be a lot, because that treatment program is substantial and intense on its own.
I would just ask if that would include restorative justice, or if there'd be an opportunity for restorative justice while he's doing that. It seems to me that would be an appropriate thing to include.
Whether it is referenced as that in a treatment program, but one of the things around victim empathy and understanding victim impact is a substantial portion of the treatment program itself. And to the extent that, so there will be opportunities, I think, for him to that are more restorative in this process. But certainly something that we could suggest that he, to the extent that time allows, to look into what restorative justice things, just to learn about the concept itself, might be something that would be worthwhile. But there will be a significant portion of treatment focused on victim impact and understanding the harm. And that will also be, I think, SUD, and we'll get built into this. But hopefully, I think too, we may see some recommendations come out of the SO treatment programming around substance use and what needs there may be as he would transition either upon his confinement release date or before, if it's something that the board has an opportunity to look at and consider a step-down process. And then it should go without saying that obviously the that we would expect and want him to remain discipline free while he's in treatment in this time. So I think we have the framework for this. It's just kind of restated with that would be a denial of parole with a file or a paper review by the board, which would happen in May of 2026. For us to have the opportunity to assess where he's at relative to treatment and recognizing that he has a hard confinement release date in November of 2026. And should that opportunity exist, the board could look at what options there may be for a short period of step down as he transitioned back into the community. That we would also ask that, expect that he continue with treatment and successfully complete treatment, either by certainly or up until his confinement release date, whichever one comes sooner. We would certainly encourage him to fully engage in that as he appears to be doing now. Remain discipline free, and to the extent that it may be available or possible, at least do some exploration of what restorative justice is and its relevance, its potential relevance to him and opportunities for learning. Remain discipline free if I didn't say it. Is there any, did I cover the things that we talked about?
Oh, it looks like Don.
Don? We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Now you can. I have appreciated the way he's displayed how he sort of changed his personal narrative. And I think that's a very important, assessment to look at. And when we have the board review again, I'd like to again address the issue of his personal narrative and how that's changed.
That's good, and it's good for Mr. Coleman to hear that, because potentially it's something that he could add, just think about and provide us and that input in a written form as to how narrative has changed around his life and in particular around the way he sees himself relative to treatment and the insight he gains through that process. So it's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you.
We have a motion. We have a second, and I think the framework for some expectations. With that, I'm going to call the vote. Member Bray?
Yes.
Member Earhart?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Ramstad?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
And Member Strufert?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes, with all members voting in the affirmative. The motion prevails. Mr. Coleman, you've had a chance to hear exactly where the board's at. I want to highlight and focus on the positive here, and I really would encourage you and challenge you to dig deep as you appear to be doing so far. And we will get a letter off to you explaining this, and the board may get a chance to look at some options. But one of the things I would also, and I probably should add this just because it should go without saying, that one of the things that's going to be really important, whether it's an issue for this board or not, is the development of a really comprehensive and thoughtful release plan. That should happen as a part of your SO treatment programming as well. But I can't understate the critical importance of that. And it was one of the things that was noted. I'm sure you saw, that I know after being locked up as long as you have, thinking about getting out and really comprehensively and thoughtfully can be challenging because you don't have a big frame of reference. But as part of your treatment, certainly, and recognizing that you are going to get out, whether it's through some action of the board or on your confinement release date in November of 2026. And so the more thoughtful your release plan is, the better it's going to be. You have any questions about the decision today by the board?
I don't have any questions, but she asked about the restorative justice, if I can do that during treatment. We're not allowed to like get into any type of programming outside of treatment while we're in treatment.
That's completely fair. If that's not available, and we understand that.
So I just wanted to let that be known. So
okay, yep, I appreciate that. All right, thank you, Mr. Coleman. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone who's watching. We will begin the next review shortly. And that'll be through the Stillwater facility.
Thank you. Here today and making it and doing it. Thank you for your motion. All right, Mr. Fong or Mr. Vang, you there? Can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll be with you in just a moment here, and for people online, we'll be coming back together in just a moment. Okay.
Okay.
Just want to let you know.
Unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You?
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Fong Vang, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Mr. Vang, on your certification of rights form, you did not check whether or not you were ready to proceed today. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, Joe Earhart, Andrew Larson, Cheryl Ramstead, Jody Nelson, and Don Struford. Our records indicate that on February 3rd of 2005, Columbia Heights in Anoka County Columbia Heights police were dispatched to Jimmy's Pool Hall on a report of gunshots fired and approximately 20 individuals of Asian descent fighting outside the pool hall. Fong Vang and several other members of the Master of Destruction gang caused the death of Tashi Jigatsand and Tenzin Chogila. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing those correctly. On November 7th of 2006, Fong Vang was sentenced in Anoka County District Court to 346 months for second-degree murder and 180 months for attempted first-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Vang now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years incarceration. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 20 years of incarceration. His minimum confinement release date was originally September 21st of 2034. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Vang is eligible to be considered for parole as of February 21st of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vang. How are you today?
I'm good.
I'd like to start by asking what it is that you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I'm not really expecting anything to happen.
So I cut you off if you were gonna.
No.
Okay. So let me just ask you if you could write your ticket, given the fact that, as was just said, you normally would have had a confinement release date in September of 34, but now as a result of the change in the law, you are already eligible for release. If you could write your ticket, what would it look like?
As far as announcing or early?
Action by the board. Yeah. What would you want it to be?
I guess it would be for my early release or potential early release out to the community.
Okay. So, do you feel like you're ready?
I feel like I have a lot of support to be ready.
So can you talk about what that support is? And then can you also talk about what areas do you think need some additional work or thought for preparation for release?
Okay, so my initial support is just my immediate family, which consists of my siblings. I have 4 older brothers and 3 older sisters that all has good working jobs. They have their own houses. They're all well off. My brother lives in South Minneapolis. That's my potential parole release. Plan to go live with him. It's owned by him. He's owned with my parents passing. They passed it on to him. So we've been there for 30 years or so already. Yeah, I think my strongest support is my family. So I consider them my community, and they're pretty much in support of and ready for me to be released if it's possible as soon as it is.
So can you talk about like what changes have happened in your life over the last 20 years? How are you a different person today?
Well, a lot's changed when I had the possibility of getting an out day when I got sentenced. So the opportunity was at that time to try to better myself upon release, because now I know that I did have an out day. It was better than having a life sentence. And from then on, I just worked on myself. I mean, I had a couple of slip-ups, but other than that, I choose who I hang out with and choose who I associate with in here, with trying to get a better path. Yeah.
So what are your most positive accomplishments?
My most positive accomplishments is trying to better myself, work on myself independently. But if you're asking about certificates and stuff, I've accomplished anger management. I accomplished anxiety classes, and I haven't had a chance to do critical thinking, but that was on my list. I'm on the waiting list for that. Yeah.
You talk a lot about you're working on yourself independently. What does that mean?
Just trying to figure out who I was and who I want to be, and figure out what type of people I want to be around with, so I don't get into any troubles or get into any incidents that results me in potentially going back to SAG or whatnot. So, yeah.
You seem like kind of like a quiet kind of guy.
I am. I stay to myself. Like, I know who I can associate myself with and feel like who's have the same potential of, being better, and I try to stay with those type of people.
So do you have a network there of peers that are supportive?
I do have peers that gives me support, and if I'm frustrated or whatnot, I can go talk to. Those are the people that I talk to, and who I'm talking about, that are able to help me if I'm frustrated or even just having a bad day or whatnot.
So is that a part of those people, some of the folks that are in the art side of the?
Yeah, there's quite a few of the guys that are in art class. There's there's other guys that are in the mentoring classes, PFA, a lot of the facility groups.
What? So you do a lot of artwork, it says here, and you that has been a real passion. And I think I've seen some of your artwork along the way. What is your art focused on mostly?
My work just consists of what I like doing. Either it's portraits, comic figures, or landscapes. I've been doing this since I've been incarcerated, coming in right away in St. Cloud, all the way till now still. So it's been 20 years since I've been doing my art, but most of the time I just do it for myself, just to keep my mind free.
Okay. Has your art ever communicated anything about you? And over the course of time?
I believe you can tell that it gives me a creative personality, free. My choice of medium is watercolor, so a lot of people say it's a unforgiving, free-flowing art, and I've actually liked working with it because it's really controlled chaos, you can say, type of art medium.
I'm going to come back to art because this is always an area of interest because I find you art type people interesting because it's a different part that I don't have in myself. But so can you talk about, one of the things that I noticed in here, and again, there's not a requirement that you do it, but like you didn't write a letter.
I did not.
Yeah, and so you don't have to write a letter, but was there a reason why you chose not to?
I just feel like the process was a lot. There was a few things that I've written down for myself, but I did not submit it because of the how fast the process was going. So I didn't feel like I was able to get everything I wanted to say in it or whatnot.
Okay. In some of the note stuff that you did put together, like what was that more focused on?
Excuse me?
What was the thoughts that you kind of said you started to kind of jot some stuff down, but you didn't submit it? What was that focused on?
It was just focused of me, my personality. I'm not really good with words, so I just wanted to write some stuff down just freely, just expressing how I change and my support and my values and my accomplishments and stuff like that.
So will you tell us about your values? What are they?
Well, I value my family, and they supported me throughout my whole incarceration. So everything I do, I try to be my best for them because they're all waiting for me. Either in the process of early release or in September of 34.
It's helpful. Can you talk at all about, as you think about like what happened here? What burden has being involved in this and the impact on others had on you, if any? And so I don't want to presume anything. Can you talk about that?
the main burden was my family because they came to all my court dates. They supported me throughout my incarceration. I try not to put too much burden on them. So I do my job. I go to work, try and have them not send as much money to lessen the burden. I guess, I think that's it.
What about? I mean, you've had certainly have the offense here that you were convicted of, and then you also have a case that unrelated in Wisconsin that is kind of happening concurrently here. What about the people whose lives your offense has impacted? Do you think about them?
I do. I feel like what I did was horrible, and my impact interrupted their life, my victims, family, and the community that they lived in. As far as my role in the crimes that I committed when I was out in this case.
When you think about the impact on people, how do you imagine people were affected by your crimes? I mean, obviously there were people who lost their lives, but beyond that, how do you envision or imagine people were affected?
I believe they was affected to the point where they lost a loved one and that their loved one's future was cut short for my behavior and my actions that I committed that night. And it might have affected them in a way where they couldn't continue to do what they wanted to do, or have maybe the person that died in my case was a support system for his or her community. And I feel like I cut their life short. So
you had the option of having somebody here with you today, a support person, right? And you didn't, and it doesn't matter. There's no expectation that you have to. But did you think about asking somebody, or did you just decide to go it alone?
I just decided to go that alone. Yeah.
Is there a reason for that?
No reason.
Okay.
I just feel like I think a support person would probably make me even more nervous.
Are you feeling nervous?
Yeah.
And what makes you nervous? Because you actually are. I think you come across pretty chill for
yeah. Well, I've always had anxiety, so it's something I've worked on. So it's always nerve-wracking.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the strategies you use to manage the anxiety you feel?
For anxiety, I play sports, and then the major thing is going back to my artwork.
Okay.
Keeps me calm.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you were to be released in the near future, what would you? I mean, how know the best way to ask this. I'm trying to get to the point of like, can you describe for us why it is that we should believe that Fong Vang is ready or close to being ready for release? I mean, and we would not see you back in the system again? Like, what assurances could you provide us, and what indicators should we be focused on to suggest that that's in fact the case?
So I believe that my family support is the strongest. So I believe that I could go to them for anything. And I believe that now is the time that I should help them because they supported me for so long. And that just gives me a little more motive to not come back to jail, to prison.
That's helpful. All right. At this time, I would just open it up to anybody on the board who has questions for Mr. Ray.
Mr. Vang,
Yes.
you mentioned that you want to kind of give back to your family because they've been so supportive of you. And I'm wondering how you plan to do that, and will you be able to support yourself as well as give back to your family?
Well, my plan is to live with my brother, which he owns, and it's a big enough house that I wouldn't have to stress about housing or paying rent because it's paid off. To start off with, find job, work, just maintain life, and help support my family if or whenever they call, because they've always been there for me in that sense. And hopefully I could find a good job where I could just be supportive of myself, and then after supporting myself, I could help out with the family, whatever it may be.
I noticed somewhere in your packet that you were interested in getting training in heavy equipment maintenance, possibly at Faribault. Is that something that you're still considering or would like to do?
Yes. I've turned medium since October of last year, and I've been waiting to go down to medium Faribault to pursue that. But I think this process might have delayed it a little bit because of, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's correct, but to answer your question, I am still wanting to pursue that.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was wondering about.
Yeah.
I was wondering. Okay. And just, did you get into the program? Were you accepted into the program yet, or do you still have to do that?
He's still
I would still have to get transferred to the facility and get on the waiting list to get accepted. Yeah.
Thank you. What do you think about substance abuse treatment for yourself? There was some references that might be helpful in the reports that we read.
I believe that I do not have any substance abuse. It was recommended. That was what I read also. And I believe that I don't have any substance abuse.
I can clarify, Mr. We did get an assessment, and there is no directive.
Thank you.
At this stage.
Thank you.
Mr. Rigg, did you read through the comprehensive assessment report that was done by the psychologist?
By Bonnie?
Yeah, by Bonnie. Yep.
Yes,
I did. What was your reaction to it?
I believe that it was fair. Her assessments.
But so she thought, a moderate risk. What was that hard to read?
So when I was doing the assessment where she gave me a light assessment at the end of the interview, and I think her main concern was I did not have support outside of my family in the community, but I believe that my family is my community, so I never really reach out to my community for any other support.
So that's really helpful, and I'm glad you got that understanding from her. Does your family have community beyond family? In other words,
yeah. So
like what?
My sisters go to church, so they have a church in their community. They work with their churches, and then my brother is he's also connected with my cousins, and he runs a sober living home with the Hmong community on their I forget the name of it. Hmong Associate of America.
Okay, so there is like this broader Hmong community involvement.
Yes. And to tap into it, I do know resources. I could easily call somebody if I need any kind of type of help or resources, and hopefully they'll be available to help me out if I would ever need it.
And obviously, your family has been hugely instrumental and supportive of you over the course of time. But do you see value? I mean, there was a time, right, when at least at the time of your involvement in some of this offending, that your family didn't have the same significance that it does today. Was that fair?
That's fair to say.
And that instead you found another community that you engaged with that also was a part of the trouble you found yourself in. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair to say.
So do you think it makes any sense at all for Fong Vang to be challenged a little bit to have and value your family as you do very clearly, but also to have something bigger to grab onto?
Well, I believe at the time of when I was young, it's not that I didn't value my family, it's that they were all pursuing their own things to achieve their goals, and I was left basically by myself. And then where wanting to find my own place, I found the friends that I had, which was the wrong friends that led me to the life of crime and stuff like that. So it's not that I didn't value them. They were always valued in my life. They was always there, support, but from their busy lifestyle or their pursuit of their goals, I was trying to figure my way as a kid, and I chose the wrong path.
Yeah. And I don't want to diminish the fact that you didn't value your family at the time, but there was another community, the gang stuff, that really became the place where you deeply invested, right? Because that's in part what caused your involvement in the system, or was a contributing factor. Is that fair?
Correct.
And yet, you talked about like your sister being involved in a church and your brother involved in this, the social service activity, the sober housing stuff. So they still do have their lives to an extent. You're certainly a part of that, but what I'm trying to say here is that is it reasonable for us to want to, or for the psychologist here, Bonnie, in this case, to wonder about or question the fact that would it be valuable for Fong Vang to have a community beyond his family? And I'm not diminishing the value of your family, but I'm also just trying to draw a comparison with the fact that your family has lives, and you're a part of that. So do you see that there would be future value in having that positive community outside of family where Fong Vang has his own circle?
I believe that there is, but I would have to have the chance to go out there and build that community around myself.
It's helpful. Any other questions, Don?
Yeah, right here. I'd like to, if I may, maybe this is more for my information, but I believe you have an with the Hmong culture, your family, and so forth. Could you help me understand how that identity as a person with a Hmong heritage, how that's been helpful or how that's been a hindrance to you? And how, especially working with the system, where have been the blessings or where have been the restrictions because of your cultural background and your family's closeness to that?
So I believe there's more positive, because in my Hmong culture, we have real strong family ties. That's why I believe that they didn't just abandon me after my sentencing, and I believe my culture is losing its strength. So I believe, well, it's not losing its strength, but a lot of people are moving on to different beliefs. They're really finding their own way into different cultures. So either it's Christian or more majority Christian. So, but I believe that my culture is still strong. My people actually are still strong and still striving and willing to help if I reach out.
Are there particular strengths from your culture that, well, let's say as direct as I can, that the Department of Corrections or the whole justice system is not taking advantage of? Are there strengths in your culture that you wish you would have had more exposure to, or could have been more helpful to you over the years now?
I mean, as a selfish reason, I would like to kept learning my language, because I feel like being incarcerated, there's not too many Hmong people in incarcerated, and I kind of lost touch with my native language. So that's a negative that I've seen in here. And if there was outside resources that was able to come in and help us even just learn our own language or culture, it would have been a little bit more of a help, a little more uplifting in these places.
Thank you. I think that's a gift your culture still has to offer, and I hope there's more opportunity for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vang, one of the things that I noted within the comprehensive assessment, it talks that there's fairly limited programming involvement, but more recently, it certainly looks like you've gotten very involved in programming recently. And in fact, I think they described your involvement in the restorative justice programming as fantastic. Just kind of curious, like what changed to where maybe during the first fairly significant chunk time of your incarceration that there was not a lot of programming involvement, to where now, 2024, it lists several different programs that you've been involved in. What changed?
Okay, so the significant change was coming to Stillwater facility. Before I was here, I was at Oak Park Heights, where there's no programming. So that's where you see the gap. I was in Oak Park from 2010 until 2022. And when I arrived here, I took the opportunity to apply for every possible programming that I could. And that's why you see the gap.
Okay, so opportunity essentially is probably one of the biggest parts. Is that accurate?
For opportunities to take the program? Yes, because there was no opportunity in the other facility like they are here.
Okay, nope, thank you. I appreciate that. Second question I have, under the substance use history, and I understand that you've had an assessment and it's been determined that you don't need programming. One of the things that I note, though, is that some of your substance use violations are connected to your selling of alcohol as a way to, I'm assuming, probably get some money or barter. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So with that in mind, I mean, do you think that is, or should I be concerned that may be a way to kind of justify doing something wrong because you need money? You know what I'm asking? Like, how should I interpret that?
There should be no justify. I shouldn't have been doing it. And I got caught, when I did get caught doing it, I got seg time. And that's not what I'm doing anymore. So.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
All right. Not seeing any additional questions. But Mr. Vang, before we close this and we turn it over to the board for discussion and of next steps, I want to just provide one last opportunity for you to make any statements or comments to the board if you wish.
I think we covered a lot of ground, so I think I'm good. I don't have nothing else to say.
Okay. All right. With that, I'll close the discussion and open it up to the board. And I would just maybe I would just launch into a motion here, just because just hearing some of this and see, at least for purposes of discussion. But I would move that we would deny parole, continue him for a period of 1 year with a transfer to Faribault as expeditiously as possible. That he look at the recommendations in particular that came out of the risk assessment report, which I think, talked about some of the cultural elements, talked about broadening community, talked about critical thinking, which he's already got, done some work toward applying for. Continue that involvement in restorative justice. And then I think, working transitions on some of the elements that he will need to work on, given the fact that he's never been as an adult in the community, and whether that's budgeting and just all of the things that transitions and that kind of stuff could be involved in, and that we would see him in a year, and at that point consider the potential of further step down based on what he's able to accomplish in that time. It would add one additional little challenge to him that I would make as an informal recommendation, but something I would certainly like to see and encourage is that he would produce some level of some type of art, whatever that is, that at the time he comes back before us, that he can explain what that art signifies by way of the change in him over the course of his incarceration and reaching into the future. Just because art is obviously a place that he finds solace and some relief, and I'm intrigued by the fact that even though he describes himself as pretty anxious, I thought was really answered questions very well. But I would be interested in seeing his art and how he brings that to this process as we go forward. So I would move that, obviously, that he would continue to be discipline free as a part of that, and go from there.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other thoughts that people have?
What is this privileged vocation?
Yeah,
You didn't mention it, but I know.
Yeah, and I think that was in part of the reports as well, that vocational training would be a part of that, and
it's going to do for work.
Yeah, exactly, that work transition side. Anything else?
I noticed before in one of the reports that it was recommended that he be transferred to Faribault for that heavy machinery program, and it didn't take place. It was recommended that it take place, a year or more ago. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to ensure this time that it takes place sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think I don't know for sure, but I think, as Mr. Vang described, but they're thinking about this transfer probably at the same time these conversations are happening about this process, and so one that shouldn't necessarily affect the other, but I think there's also this sense of, I think on part of the facilities, given the newness of this, like what is the board's wishes, and so there's a little bit of balancing act that's going on here, but I think clearly we can elevate and I think prioritize those vocational interests. If that's the heavy machinery side, that certainly makes good sense, and we can make sure that gets communicated and prioritized. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there is nothing else, I will call the vote. To the motion, Member Bray?
Yes.
Member Earhart?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Member Struford?
Yes.
And Chanel votes yes. The motion prevails and passes unanimously. Mr. Vang, you've heard the discussion here. And so you'll get a letter detailing this, but do you have any questions before we break with you today?
I do not.
Any reaction?
I'm ready to go and get moved down to medium and try to
get
into the program.
All right. Sounds good. Well, work with your team there, and we'll get some information off to them. And but we wish you well, and I look forward to seeing that artwork that you put together for the board next year when we see you.
Okay.
All right. Good deal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Substance use assessment. Right. So then I wondered what was the result. How do you know that? Understanding.
All right, for Moose Lake here, looks like Mr. Miles is ready to go. Mr. Miles, can you hear us there?
Yes, I can.
All right, excellent.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Rebecca Holmes, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Emanuel Miles, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility mostly. Mr. Miles also has his sister, an advocate. Please correct me if I incorrectly say your name. Miss Titi Eboji.
Yeah, you can say TT Eboji.
Thank you. Thank you for attending today. We appreciate it. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Board Member Chris Bray, Board Member Cheryl Ramstad, and on your screen you'll also see Board Member Don Strufert, Board Member Andrew Larson, and Board Member Joe Earhart. Our records indicate that on Sunday, July 18th, 2010, Golden Valley Police received information from a citizen that a body had been discovered in Bassett Creek while she was kayaking in the Bedorwood Park. Officers went to the scene and found the deceased body, later identified as James Grant, lying on the edge of a pond with a car battery tied to one of his legs with a cable. Golden Valley Police, with assistance from Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, received information that 3 juveniles were involved in the death. Detectives later identified Emanuel Miles and 2 others as individuals responsible. Miles admitted to police that on July 10th of 2010, he and his co-defendants brought the victim to a wooded area in the park for the purpose of jumping him into the bloods. Miles told officers that the beating was a gang initiation beating and was in retaliation for a fight that occurred involving Grant and one of the co-defendants' relatives. Miles admitted that the 3 involved began beating Grant with their hands and feet and at one point with a shovel. The 3 individuals were intentionally going to place the victim in a shallow grave. However, they aborted the initial plan and instead stole a car battery and cable from a duplex home and submerged the body in the pond. On January 21st, 2011, Emanuel Miles was sentenced in Hennepin County District Court to 380 months for second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Miles now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 15 years of incarceration. His minimum confinement release date was originally September 13th of 2032. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Miles is eligible to be considered for parole as of July 19th of 2025. It should also be noted that Mr. Miles has a consecutive sentence of 1 year and 1 day for assault in 4th degree that he will yet to meet. Thank you. I'll turn this matter over to the board. Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miles. How are you today?
Mark, how are you?
Good, thank you. I'd like to start out by asking you what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I want to start by apologizing. I want to let the family and loved ones, the friends, and all the people who knew and cared about James and I want to let them know that I'm sorry for taking your loved one's life. And I'm sorry for all the pain and hurt that I caused your loved one. I know that James's family, or as far as I know right now, there's nobody here to represent the victim or speak for him. But I know that doesn't mean that the people who loved him and cared about him weren't hurt because of what I did to him. And I want to let them know that I'm sorry. I still remember the day of my sentencing when I first met James's father. And I still remember the pain and the anger that he had in his voice and in his demeanor because of me taking the life of his son. And I want to let him know that I'm sorry for what I did and all the harms that I caused your family. The day of my sentencing was also the day that I found out that James's mother was in another country at the time that I took his life. And I can't even begin to imagine what she was going through, having to find out that I took her son's life. And I want to let her know that I'm sorry for what I did to your son. I know that James's mother and father sent him to America to make a better life for him. And because of the lifestyle that I was living and my actions on that day, I took away the plans and the dreams that they had for their son. And I hurt their family. And I want to let them know that I'm sorry. For a long time, even into my early years as an adult, I tried to block off that day and my lifestyle that I led leading up to that time, because I don't like thinking about the person who I was at that time. And I never want to go back to being that person. throughout my teenage years and earlier on as a youth, I struggled mentally, emotionally, and I didn't know how to understand or cope with the emotional and mental struggles that I was dealing with. And because of those things, I turned to drugs. I turned to the gang life so that I could find acceptance and recognition from my peers. And those things became the focal point of my life. And because of that lifestyle, I disregarded pretty much everything. My family, the community. I didn't care about the consequences of my actions. And I hurt a lot of people in the process of that. Even the people who were in my corner, like my family, people at school and the church who were there and trying to get me help. I continued this lifestyle early on in my sentence, hanging with the same kind of peers, continuing the same kind of behaviors, still using drugs, not caring about my consequences. And while I was at Rush City, I assaulted a staff there. Me and another person assaulted the staff. And I also want to take this time to apologize to Officer Birch for what I did to him. And there's no justification for it. I made the environment I was in unsafe. And I'm sorry. During the 15 months that I spent in segregation because of that staff assault was probably one of the lowest points of my incarceration. I was isolated from my family, and I started to think deeper than I had before on how my lifestyle and my actions had gotten me to that point. And that even while I was in jail, I was still continuing the same things that led up to me causing James' death. And it was also the first time that I wanted to do different, because with the time that I had and the knowing just where I was at, I didn't want my life to continue like this. When I got to Stillwater, I had 16 years left on my sentence. And even though I had these thoughts about wanting to do different, that was when I got there, that was the first time that I decided to take action and start looking into different vocational programs and educational opportunities. And that's when I started to think differently and do differently. And I joined the VT Cabinetry program, and I started surrounding myself with different kind of people. I learned trade that I could use when I leave. My family members and loved ones started to see the change and be proud of me. And I started structuring my time differently and getting into less trouble. My change didn't happen immediately, even though I had made those changes. But I had still made my mind up that I no longer wanted to be a part of the lifestyle that I lived before. So I continue investing my time into educational opportunities like the Trek Higher Education in Prison program. And through things like that, I started to find my purpose. I started to be around people who would help me and encourage me and support me with changing. And it just having that support and learning the things that I was learning just helped me to continue on the path to changing. And I feel that because of the support system that I have, the changes that I've begun to make and implemented throughout my sentence, I'm hoping that today that I will have the opportunity to transition down and eventually be given the opportunity at parole.
Thank you for that.
Yes, I'm done.
You did you have a chance to read through the comprehensive assessment, the psychological report?
Yes.
What was your reaction to that, if any?
Can you say that again?
What was your reaction to your read through of the report, if any?
Do you mind if I go to it?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Absolutely. Is there anything in there that surprised you or stuck out?
Yeah. One of the things that stuck out to me was on a few pages in the report, I know the psychologist had some concerns about my insight into some of the factors that led to my crime. And yeah, that kind of concerned me because I feel that throughout my incarceration, I've actually gained a pretty deep understanding over time of some of the things that led to my actions on the day that I took the life of James. In particular, the struggles that I had with mentally and emotionally, the people who I surrounded myself with, and those are things that I've actually looked into deeply, talked through with my support system, and that I've intentionally sought help to address because they were important to me. So I wasn't surprised, but it concerned me. But I also know that when I did get interviewed by the psychologist, I was nervous. Even now I'm nervous, and talking about those things is difficult. So I know maybe that wasn't able to come across when I spoke to her at that time. But yeah, that was one of my main concerns. I know she brought up my discipline as well. And I wasn't surprised about that either. But honestly, my discipline has lessened over time. But at the same time, a lot of the times that I spent in segregation have also been some of the times that I've gained the most growth, because it gave me the opportunity to look at some of the things that I was doing wrong and change it. It gave me the opportunity to see how me being in segregation was affecting like my family and my support system and the things that I had worked on to achieve. So I know why she highlighted those things, but yeah, those are the things that stuck out to me when I read her report.
That's helpful. So one of the things, just to talk about the discipline side, while I appreciate the insight that you gain while you're in restrictive housing and segregation setting, it's really not the way we want people to gain insight. I think you'd agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And I think the psychologist noted. I thought as you point out that there has been a significant reduction in the rate of disciplinary incidents, but that one of the things that's notable to me and is just that we're talking about the last formal disciplinary incident occurred just in July of 2024, so less than a year ago. Is it reasonable for me or for the board to be at all concerned about the recency of disciplinary involvement?
I mean, I think it is reasonable for you guys to be concerned because of the seriousness of the situation of why we are here. So I do think it's reasonable. However, I feel that since that time, and even other instances where I've received discipline, I've worked on correcting the things that were leading to the discipline. More specifically, like this last one, I made an emphasis to staff at MCF Stillwater about me coming to medium because I knew how important it was for me to get treatment, be in an environment around people who are doing better things with themselves. And I feel like being in that environment here and doing the treatment and being around more positive people and being in an environment that has better support, I have been able to address some of the things, if not the majority of the things that were leading to my issues with drug use and the people I was choosing to surround myself with.
And I want to say kudos to you because you obviously you've done the peer support program and some of that kind of stuff and and treatment and so forth. I just want to acknowledge that. But one of the things that I'm trying to wrap my head around a little bit is this whole notion of I thought first of all you wrote like a comprehensive your information to us was really well developed and there was a lot of stuff there. But one of the things that was striking to me because I think and I just make sure I'm right here I didn't look but I think your plan included eventual kind of release to Mankato, I think, right?
Yes.
And so I thought it was interesting, and I certainly think that like the connecting the Mankato state side made a lot of sense and so forth. But it was also like the environment is going to influence what happens for you versus Emanuel Miles' change and ability to manage the whole host of difficult situations, whether it's former peers, co-defendants, whatever it may be in the community, and so it's this weird sense of a little bit like you're talking about here, like, hey, just move me to medium and it's going to be different, or you go to Mankato and it's going to be different, and maybe it will, but I'm wondering where the control is coming from. Is it the environment? And so, because that also speaks to me around the fact that if Emanuel Miles gets connected, whether it's in Mankato or at Moose Lake, with somebody who's a bit more dysregulated, could you get sucked in? And that's the concern I have. And do you understand why?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't think it's because of the environment. Well, that's not what I was trying to convey. I think the environment plays a role, but I don't think me getting into trouble or some of the things that I've done is because of the environment. But what I was trying to say is that the environment I'm around is important to me and also helpful. So I'm gonna do what I can to work on these things regardless wherever I am. Because even when I was in Stillwater, that's a difficult environment and I had my struggles, but I was still taking the steps to better myself and work on the things that I knew needed to be addressed. However, I think that being in an environment that is helpful to those things that I'm working on is important. And that's what I was trying to convey in my paperwork, and that's what I meant when I spoke.
All right. Were you at all surprised? The last question I have, just were you at all surprised by the or do you understand where the kind of the assessment was thought that you reflect kind of a moderate to high risk? Was that surprising to you, and or do you have a sense of what may have influenced that?
It was kind of no, it wasn't surprising. Like I understand why she said what she said in that assessment. I think the part that was surprising was that I feel like I could have done a better job of conveying to her like what I've done to address these things. And I feel like that was the part that was concerning to me. Like I wish I would have addressed those things with her even more, about like the things that she was concerned about, like what I've done, like whether it be treatment or making an emphasis on the people I surround myself with, making an effort to address like the issues with drugs. Like I'm intentionally and like I'm doing what I can to address those things. Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you. I'll just turn to your sister here to provide her thoughts about the changes she's seen in you over the course of time, and then we'll open it up to the board to ask questions of both or either of you.
Okay. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would like to say I've seen amazing changes in him from the start of his sentence up until now, because I feel like at the beginning he would only talk about doing better, but it wasn't about the action. And he would also block out. I feel like when you want to make change, you also have to focus on the wrong and what you need to change. But he wasn't focused on that. Like he was saying, he blocked it off. But now I see with him even being able to sit up here and admit his wrong to promote his change. He's actually been putting the action with him being able to acknowledge it and fix what he's been doing. Fix what he done to to acknowledge his wrong and actually change what he needs to do. Also, even just taking advice from other people, asking us, his family, and people that personally knew him, the changes that he should do, or like what he needs to change. Like the number one thing that he asked me about what he needed to change, I told him was his anger and his attitude. And I can assure you guys, ever since then, he's actually been working on his anger. And even being his younger sister, I know there might be some things I might say and do that might anger him. But for a while now with that, I've seen him actually hold his tongue and not get mad at the things that I say or do. He's also gained a lot of patience with like asking me to do stuff, with like maybe mailing him a letter or like articles to read. I might take a while, and for a while, with me procrastinating on getting it done, he would get mad about it. But for the past few years, as we talked about his anger and his patience, he's actually been working on it.
That's great. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for being here today and being a great support to your brother. I think, having a little sister myself, I know that sometimes I wasn't always patient with her either, and so I'm glad that I just want to say thank you for being here today and being a part of this. Just one last question, and then I promise I'm done. But Mr. Miles, if you talked at the beginning in a thoughtful way about what you wanted the people who James's family to hear, if the opportunity were ever available, how willing would you be to sit down with James's family and talk with absolute sheer honesty about what happened the day James lost his life?
I feel that I'm in a place now that I could sit down and talk to them and tell them who I am, what led up to me, the lifestyle I was living, and that led up to that day, and what happened. And for a long time, I don't think I was in that place to do that with them. But now I feel that I'm in a space where I have a better understanding of the things that were going on with me at that time, the lifestyle I was living, my thinking back then, and I would be able to sit down with them and be honest about what happened and express my apologies and how sorry I am for them. And not only that, but the direction that my life is going now and the person who I am now.
I say, and I qualified, kind of the unvarnished truth, because I think for a lot of times, not just in that, certainly in this case, but in general, I think for families left behind, they get bits and pieces of what happened. But I think it's often trying to have somebody fill in the gaps of the last moments of their loved one's life, which it may seem weird, but it for many times it's important for them to know in the most clear and unvarnished way what happened. So thank you for that. Any board members have questions for Mr. Miles or his sister?
Mr. Miles, you mentioned step down, and you're at Moose Lake currently. Where might you want to step down to?
Honestly, I didn't pick a specific minimum that I would like to step down to, because one of the major things that I want to do when I go to minimum is do the ICWIC program. And as far as to my knowledge, all the minimums have that. The other things I want to do at minimum, like strengthening my support system, continuing to work on my release plan and saving money. I feel that I could do that from any minimum. So yeah, my main concern is, well, not my main concern, but the program that I want to go to is available at all the minimums. So I would be okay with going to any minimum.
Great, thank you.
Question here, if I may. When you talked about the change or the transitions that happened, I understand, or from your comments, you said you found purpose. Could you talk a little bit more about the common purpose that's now available, say, with other inmates, with staff, with your family? Where's the common purpose now, and how is that working for you?
Common purpose? I don't understand what you mean by common purpose. I'm sorry.
A purpose that you see other people and you share with other people. They sort of have the same purpose. You're not alone with your purpose, but it's our purpose can be real important. Where do you find that our purpose and we work together?
Okay. I find there's many common purposes depending on the person or the group of people I'm around. Like my common purpose with like my siblings is like education and being there for each other. My family has been one of the most significant relationships that I have had throughout my life and my sentence. So a common purpose we share is just being there for each other the best way we can. When I was in the Trek program, a lot of the students and mentors and people in the program were interested in like agriculture and gardening and how to make that more accessible to people in here or people to return into society. And like some of the people who are part of my support system now, we're working together to make some of those things happen. I've also begun to connect with I want to go to college to study like the history and nature of Liberia, and I've also started to so we can make like impact it in positive ways. And I've also started to connect with people who that's what they want to do as well. So those are some of the common purposes that I've found with others.
Thank you. Sounds good. Go for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for you. So I understand you just recently completed chemical dependency treatment. Is that right?
Yes.
Congratulations. That's fantastic. I hope that's something that you're really proud of. Within the comprehensive assessment that was conducted, you mentioned that I think there's a fairly lengthy history of substance use all the way, before your incarceration and then even during your incarceration. And if I understood it correctly, I think you had acknowledged that the substances were used as kind of a coping mechanism. So with that being said, what skills have you learned through your treatment involvement to allow you to better cope with some of the stresses and things that you encounter in your current environment, but also will likely encounter as you progress ultimately towards release?
I've learned a few coping mechanisms. One of the main ones is talking through it. Before, when I was a kid and earlier on in my adult years, I kept all those things in. And being in treatment and talking about it with other people and getting in the habit of talking about those things with my sister or my brothers or other people in my support system, that's been one of the most helpful things, because when I'm like just brutally honest about like what I'm going through or how I'm feeling, then they could be brutally honest with me on like giving me advice or how they think that how they can best support me, or things that they could suggest that I do to deal with some of those things. Another thing was that I worked on in treatment was the emotional awareness, because a lot of my struggles with drugs came from not being able to deal with my emotions. So like when I went to treatment, one of the main focus was better understanding my emotions, like, and talking about it helps. Just saying like, I feel this way, or just learning how to process how I'm feeling at that time to be able to see like what is the best thing for me to do, whether it's that reading a book, going to exercise, journaling, structuring my time differently so that I'm not doing too much or I'm doing less. And yeah, that, and just relying on my support system as much as I can, and not just trying to like face it on my own, because that's what I'm used to doing, just dealing with it on my own. And I make sure to lean into my support system now. And I've also started like adding to my support system with like people who have experience with recovery or have gone through similar struggles. So yeah, those are some of the things that I've learned.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Do you have any, or what steps will you take to ensure that you have that support system, wherever, as you're transitioning? Like, just kind of curious, like what steps will you take to make sure that you've got that support system to help kind of keep you progressing in the way that you appear to be?
One of the steps that I have taken is getting a peer recovery specialist, and I got connected with a few of them, one in Mankato and some in the Twin Cities area, just with people who have experience with recovery resources, and can just talk me through and walk me through the process. Also, I put this in my release plan, but I think that like starting off, if I'm given the opportunity of early release, going to a sober living home so that like I can gradually adjust to being outside while still having the support I need to continue getting some of the help that I have and work on the things that I've begun to work on. And yeah.
Okay. I appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one quick question for me. During your transition, you have indicated an interest in ICWIC, but once you are paroled, how will you develop financial stability?
Well, I think that going to work release and ICWIC before I get paroled would help me take the steps to start getting financially stable, like saving money, learning work skills, and like gaining experience working in the community. Also, with the skills that I got, that I learned in the cabinet chief program, and some of the people that I've connected with in my support system, I think that I'll have enough support to be able to secure employment within the cabinetry industry, where I will be able to support myself and save money and be able to.
And have you thought about how you will support yourself while you go to school and how you will handle it.
Yes. Well, I don't want to go to school full time starting off because I think that being in here all this time and just stepping back into society, I feel that like securing employment so that I will be able to get established and get a place and have consistent income, that would be the priority. So I want to go to school part-time because I don't want to put like too much on my plate. Also, I know that with my financial aid, I'll have work study opportunities and money left over after I receive my grants to be able to help me start off at least.
So you've thought that through?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Miles, just before the board goes into its discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to provide you with one last opportunity to make any comments that you think are important, would be important for the board to hear or know.
Yes. I once again want to say that I'm sorry to James's family, his loved ones, and all the people who knew and cared about him again for the harms that I caused you, the pain that I caused your family, and all the things that you had to experience because of my actions. I also want to apologize to my family, my siblings, my mom, because I know that they also had to deal with the effects of what I did. And I just want to let the board know that throughout my incarceration, even though I've struggled at times, I have genuinely taken the steps to address some of the reasons why I came to prison and what led to my actions on the day that I took James' life. And I'm continuing to work on those things even to this day, and I'm going to continue to work on those things regardless of the outcome of this hearing. As you guys have noted, you've looked into my transition request and my release plan, and I put a lot of thought into it. I talked a lot with my support system and have done what I can to reach out with people who can support me with making sure that my release plan, that I have the support to do the things that I would like to do in my release plan. And I think taking those things into consideration, I am willing to, I am ready to be stepped down. I also want to ask the people who came to support me if they could please stand at this time. And I want to thank them for the support that you guys have given me. It means a lot to me, and it helps me get through the day to day. And I really appreciate you guys for coming and all the support you gave me. And I just also want to thank the board for this opportunity. And with that, I'll close.
Thank you. At this time, I will close this portion and move into more discussion and deliberation. I would make one notation that for the board's awareness that Mr. Miles does have a consecutive 1 year and 1 day sentence. This means that as we look at processing this, however this goes, that he would need to be granted constructive supervised release at some point in time. And that supervised release would be granted, at which time he would begin the service of his year and a day sentence, which would mean he has roughly 8 months, just rounding it out, to serve on that second consecutive sentence. So with that, I'll open it up.
I'm unclear. Does that mean that's different than giving him parole on this sentence and then moving him to step down?
We would need to effectively do exactly what you're talking about, grant a supervised release or parole, for lack of a better word, on this sentence, and then he would start the service of that 8 months. But remember, once he is paroled, or granted supervised release, he's got a hard out, and it doesn't matter what happens at that point.
Am I correct in understanding that he wouldn't be eligible for parole until July 19th?
July, yes, when he would be first eligible.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask for a little clarification, Commissioner. Does the existence of the consecutive sentence also impact classification within the Department of Corrections? We typically look at kind of the step down model. Does the existence of that consecutive sentence and I suppose the fact that there was an assault against staff, does that impact the traditional step down eligibility?
It would not. It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, I guess the board could construct a step down that would, at whatever point, grant him supervised release on the life sentence, not a life sentence, on the loss of life case, and then I'll just say as a for instance, you could say at whatever point that occurred, he could serve out the 8 months of on the consecutive sentence in a halfway house as a for instance on work release. Because remember, work release remains a custody status.
Okay, nope, that makes sense. I appreciate the clarification.
Maybe it'd be helpful if you made a motion, Paul.
I'll just say that I'm really torn, and I have been. I read what Mr. Miles wrote. I read some letters of support that he received. I hear him, and I see him. I think really struggling. But he's been he moved from close custody in June of 2024, so he's been there about 8 months roughly. I think when I think about some of the recommendations that came out of the risk assessment summary, I think it was part of it was like, show us that this can happen when there are fewer controls. And I'm really strongly encouraged that he has completed his treatment. But I would like to see more stability for a period of time before I'm anywhere near like saying we should step him down. And because we're talking about less than a year ago, 9 months ago or whatever, he had that discipline. And there was some little like LLP stuff that I don't want to have play any kind of influential role. but I want to be able to see like him demonstrating this stuff. I think he's on the right path. But I want the control to come from him, not from his environment, not from like wanting to be away from where trouble is. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. They're smart. That's smart. But he's always going to be around people who can influence, no matter where you live. And I want to see that in him. And and I think he's making progress there, but I'm just not there yet. I guess one of the things that I could throw out is that we would deny parole, continue him for 18 months, even look at another transfer to another medium facility. Just, again, I want to test transition. He has not had pronounced levels of transition in his life. And he's not eligible for until July anyway. And see how he manages this transition, have him go someplace where he can maybe Faribault, where they have some construction trades program options there, which has some interest for him. Also would allow him to continue on his higher ed path for that period of time, and then come back and have a conversation at that point about moving him to minimum custody if that's what the board's wishes are. But I'm not in a place where I would be comfortable stepping him down to medium, knowing that minimum, knowing that we're going to have to manage his last bit of time dealing with that consecutive sentence, and so we're going to have to grant supervised release, which we don't have the ability to take back. So that would be my motion and my concern, and obviously, he would continue to follow through on any aftercare programming, that he would participate in pro-social programming, that he would make efforts to identify, continue to identify and refine his release plan as he during this time, and remain discipline free. And I think COG skills would be certainly something that would be worthwhile. So I would move.
Point of information, please. He transferred to a medium security at what point, or how long ago?
June of 2020.
6 months.
He's been there about 8-9 months.
In the next 18 months, how many transfers would be available to take more advantage of different programs, different emphasis?
I think the challenge of doing multiples in that time is that it's depending upon when you move and then getting access to the program and just the timing. So, I mean, it would take a little bit of time for him to get moved anyway. It could take, 60, 90 days for that to happen. So then you're talking about 15 months or so, 16 months that he would be at another place.
Okay. And he's where right now? Remind me again, where is he now?
Moose Lake.
Okay. And ample opportunities are there at Moose Lake, is my understanding.
There. I mean, he could. What I was proposing was a move to Faribault for that experience. But he does. There are programming opportunities there.
I second the motion if that's needed. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would just add to that he consider joining a sober support group if there is one.
Yeah, and there would be access to sober support, and I think that probably would be a part of the aftercare. I'm guessing that would come out of his treatment program. I'm just guessing. So there's a motion and a second. Any other additional thoughts? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Chanel votes yes. The vote is unanimous. Mr. Miles, you may have a tendency to think that this is necessarily a bad thing. I would encourage you to think contrary to that we want to make an investment in you to give you another opportunity here to be in another environment. That'll take a little bit of time, but I think it's also an opportunity for you to both convince us, but more importantly, to convince yourself of this change. And I think hope you heard from the board as well that we do believe that you are on a good path here, and we would like to see that continue. And importantly, given your goals, Parable does have the opportunity for you to get re-engaged in higher education. Any questions about this?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's happening or what are you asking me to do, or what happens next?
So you will get a letter from us detailing this as well. But really, what today did was the decision is that we will have you transfer sometime here to Faribault. While you're at Faribault, we would like to see you continue your substance use disorder aftercare, sober support, COG skills. Any kind of positive programming things that you can do, remain discipline free, obviously, re-engage with higher education. That was certainly one of your goals, which is possible there. And in addition, they do have a number of programs available in the carpentry and that whole space that could be beneficial to you as you transition out going forward. So really, that's what it is. And you would come back before us in 18 months, and we would then have the conversation about next steps, minimum, whatever that may look like, whatever the board would choose. Okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Does it matter that his accomplice is at Faribault?
We'll manage that as we look at this. It could. All right. Thank you so much. Good luck to you, Mr. Miles.
Thank you as well.
We're going to go on. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break here, and we'll be coming back in about 10 minutes from now, about 5 minutes to 3.
Moose Lake, can you hear us? We need that room for the next meeting.
I can hear you. Andrew, can you hear me? When you push stop video, is that what blanks off your screen? Thank you.
Sorry. Your wife.
Looks like, can you hear us? Can you hear us at the facility?
Can you hear us at the Moose Lake facility right now?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that confirmation. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Director of Hearing and Release in the Supervised Release Board.
She's on the far right. Far right, okay. Far left.
You good? All right. We're here today to review Ryan Jones Adams, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Jones Adams also has his stepfather and advocate, Gerald Foster, participating with him at the facility today. Thank you, sir, for attending.
Thank you for allowing it.
Of course. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present are the other members of the board. We have member Cheryl Ramstead, member Chris Bray, member Jody Nelson, and also on screen you'll see member Joe Earhart, member Andrew Carlson, and member Don Struford. Our records
You got it? Okay.
On January 17th, 2010, Minneapolis police officers were dispatched to a shooting on James Avenue North between 26th and 27th Avenues. Upon arrival at the scene, officers found the deceased victim, Marvin Maynard III, lying in the street. Marvin was later found to have died from multiple. Through the investigation, it was learned that there was a disagreement between two different groups of gang members. During a verbal exchange, Ryan Jones Adams ran past one individual and then raised a gun with two hands and fired twice at Marvin. With the assistance of police K-9, they tracked down Ryan Jones Adams and found a loaded handgun. Forensics came back on the handgun which was found, and it showed the right thumbprint of Jones Adams. On November 23rd, 2010, Ryan Jones Adams was sentenced in Hennepin County District Court to 420 months for second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Jones Adams now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 15 years of incarceration. His minimum confinement release date was originally May 24th of 2033. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Jones Adams is eligible to be considered for parole as of January 21st of 2025. Thank you. I'll turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
I'm okay. Thank you.
I'd like to start out by asking you what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I want to first take this time to acknowledge Marvin Maynard and say that I'm sorry and I take full responsibility for my actions. The kid I was then isn't even a fraction of who I am now. It was it's kind of hard to think about what happened then because I know the effects that I've caused from my actions on his family, my family, and the community. And I know that the kid I was then that took his life, I don't feel entitled to anything or feel like I can make any demands, but here and given this opportunity that I have to be able to either be paroled or even transition down, I just want to follow along with my transitional release plan, and my hope is that I can go down to minimum and line on lakes and be a part of an ITWIC crew working with the Habitats of Humanity and while I'm down there, be able to get my permit and my driver's license to further my progression of transitioning on. And
keep going.
I want to be able to. It's kind of hard just asking for this, even knowing what and I'm kind of nervous right now too, but it's kind of hard for me to ask for these things knowing what I've done. And I really do acknowledge and understand like the effects and the pain that I'll cause. And but that's just my hope, is that I can follow along with my transition release plan to leverage my skills that I've obtained in the construction and carpentry field and get closer to my transition.
Okay, that's helpful, and I appreciate you wanting to acknowledge Mr. Maynard and the harm that you caused him, his family, and the community. And I asked that question the way because I think it just allows people to start with the same kind of level set question, and I respect the way you've taken it, and I also recognize and hear that sense of the concern about asking for something in light of the severity of the harm that you caused, and so I respect that. Can you describe or talk a little bit about the changes that you make this distinction between being the irresponsible or kind of reckless 16-year-old and the man you are today? Can you describe the changes that have taken place over the course of the last 15 years?
Do you want me to describe the person I was at the time of
who you are now,
or just since I've been incarcerated?
Yeah, like the transition, right? The transition from that to what insights you've gained along that path to the person that you are to now.
I've when I came into prison as when I turned 17 in St. Cloud, I was in the youth offender program, and I kind of went off the stereotypes of how prison was going to be, and I had to prove myself or so that I wasn't going to be a victim, or I had to be the tough guy. So I played that role in the beginning, and even though I never felt like I was that guy, in the inside, I still had to kind of like put on that mask and portray that being. But just me indulging in the self-hatred type of acts of nonsense, of keep finding myself into the same repeated cycles of sitting in seg and depriving myself of staying in contact with my support system. And I lost a lot of people, family members, people I thought were friends, just to nonsense. And I remember in 2018, I was sitting in seg for 75 days for getting into a riot in the gym with some guys that we were just talking the day before. And I just seen the illusion in living in that lifestyle. There's no real protection. There's no real camaraderie. There's no real safety in that. Like, when we all doing the same thing is in damaging ourselves and others around us and affecting our community. And I really had that time where I broke myself down and I started following my heart. That's one thing that I'm glad about myself, is that I never fully bought into that into the image that I was portraying, even when I was home and I was being reckless and being rebellious. In the inside, I never wanted any negativity going on in my life, but I sat down and broke myself down, and I just followed my heart. I started taking positive programming. I remember the first thing I did was restorative justice and houses of healing, and it gave me the inside, like the ripple effects and all the people that are harmed. I never understood how much the butterfly effect that it can have on the community. I always kind of looked at it as I damaged and I caused a lot of pain to Marvin's family and to my family. And understanding the ripple effect that I put on my community, and it opened up a whole nother I can't look for the words that I'm looking for right now, but it gave me more insight. Yeah, it gave me more insights to just the effects of my actions. And really, it wasn't a hard transition for me. It was in the people that are around me. You know, I'm blessed that they really did accept me, and some people actually start taking some of the programming with me, and they kind of encouraged me to keep going. But I just couldn't keep. I couldn't allow myself to keep following the cycle that kept hurting myself. I had to take myself out of that and look at the bigger picture. And I started to self-reflect a lot and just getting in the inside of myself and asking myself questions like, what do I really want? What do I really want for my future? And that's when my transition really began. And I took, I know you probably haven't found a lot of the class that I've taken, but I did those classes even before there was any incentives attached, like before there was any MRAs or anything. I did that for myself before there was any law changing, and I did that to better myself and to be better for the people around me, and to start to begin to restore some of the type of that justice, that try to repair some of the things that could be repaired by just taking myself out of that negative cycle and going into the positive cycle. And I took those classes serious, man. I got a lot from it, and it's not something that I just took and just, hey, I got a certificate. I took those classes and then I just kept building that stuff in my character, and then I just put my head into the free world. I started with this man behind me. He helped me and to start building my credit. I started working with my little sister with the first time homeowners program, and trying to get financed for a fourplex so I can hopefully turn it into a sober living or transitional housing for people that's trying to change their lives. And my growth started 7 years ago, and right now it's kind of hard for me to spit out everything that I want to say like in the right way, because it's kind of like a pressure situation, and I really do want you to feel like where I'm coming from when I'm talking. But I just been trying to do everything I can to better myself in my transition home, so I can be there for my family, so I can be the man that I always sell myself as. I never looked at myself as a monster. I never looked at myself as a hardened gang member, tough guy. I was a kid. I was lost. I just didn't know what direction to go in. And now I identified the people that I have in my corner, and they provided me books on financial literacy and self-help books, religion, history, and they just build me up into who I am now. And that mixed with the programming that's been available to me, it really did strengthen me in the inside. And I've already started thinking about the career choice that I want, and which is in construction, because that's the only employment I ever had. And I started doing that in Rush City. And I transitioned down here, and now I'm a tutor. I graduated general construction. I'm a tutor down here. I'm a crest mentor. I help guys that are in need, that's having trouble with whatever, whether it's family issues or with another inmate. I come through and try to help resolve conflicts, and that's just the position that I play now. And I really feel honored, and really just to even be in that position for me to be like a voice for my peers. And I've been really just focusing on just transition. Right now, we're currently working on that housing on the tiny home for homeless veterans, and I've been putting a lot of my time into that just to be able to give back out there. My whole incarceration, I always wanted to be able to do something that was effective in the free world, and I really just been enjoying this and taking advantage of the things I can to be able to give back. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I just want to say this, that, you can calm down about your nervousness because you're doing very well. So just you can feel good about that, number one. Number two, I appreciate the work on that tiny home program for veterans. It's just talking to some of the people in that program who will benefit from that housing that you guys are working on is huge, and I appreciate that. It's clear that you have made a lot of investments in yourself and growing your insight. And it sounded like one of the things that affected you like right out of the chute at sentencing was when you heard from your victim's aunt, I think, wasn't it?
Great aunt, Miss Mary Howard, yes.
It sounds like that was quite an experience and quite influential.
Yeah, during the court process, I felt like I didn't really have a voice. So, I mean, it was just like I was just a gang banging, just another gang banger. And I really wanted them to understand that what happened really wasn't supposed to happen. Like it was all over miscommunication, and that I didn't never intend to kill him. I never intended to take Marvin's life, and that really and it affected me. And I never really got a chance to be able to say that. And even if I did say it, I didn't even feel like that. People were even. I didn't feel like they would take it serious. I feel like they would just be like, "Oh, well, he's just looking to get less time, or it's just an excuse." But when I felt like she saw through it, like she saw the inner me. So like she understood that I was a kid and I was hurting too. And a lot of people that from the outside looking in, I understand that. Yeah, I was a gangbanger. I could have embodied that persona. But it's a lot of lead ups that happens in a lot of people's lives that drives them to do what they've done. And it's not an excuse at all, but for me, I dealt with a lot of traumatic things in those months leading up to what I did, and I'm not making that, and I don't want you to ever feel like I'm making an excuse for what I've done or anything like that. But it was just good hearing from her to see that, for her to notice who I really was in the inside, and just seeing that I was a child that made a mistake, and for her to be able to forgive me, especially in that type of intense situation, it shows the character that their family embodies. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I'm going to just turn to your stepdad, Mr. Foster. I thank you so much for being here today.
Can you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
I'm not his stepdad. I'm his
Don't
dad.
Don't even.
I'm his father.
All right.
His father.
So can you just provide us a sense of the changes you've seen in your son over the course of time?
Absolutely. Coming into the picture, Ryan was always one to, as a kid, try to stand tall with whatever he's done. And he went through a lot of hurt. And it wasn't because he didn't have the people around him, because his mother was around, I was around, he's got brothers and sisters. I brought some photos for you guys to take a look to see what structure he does actually have. But at that time, Ryan being a child, every child that has parents wants their parents to love them. And his mother was always there. But his father turned his back on him when I came into the picture. He would make promises to Ryan and do things, and it hurt Ryan. So Ryan walked around with a big chip. And at that point in his life, he wasn't receiving anything. He was an angry child running wild, and he had some disabilities that hurt him. But, you know, we loved him, and we all fall short, you know. So I understood. So when I saw him go in, I'll never forget being at court with him. And even then at court, Ryan, you think people didn't see you, but when you stood up at court and you apologized to those people and told them that you were sorry after being sentenced, that showed me that you understood and that your heart wasn't really there. It was something that happened. Through the years, I used to call Ryan my little spoiled kid because, you know, he was taken away and allowed to live with his grandparents who did, in my opinion, you know, you can love a kid so much where you allow them to do whatever they want to do, which isn't good for the child. With me, you know, it's a time to be in the house. It's a time to do your homework. It's a time to deal with things, and it's a time to let things go. And Ryan had a problem back then letting things go. So as I've seen him grow in this system, and started doing things for himself, you know, these programs that he was in, you know, and, you know, he wouldn't even talk to me about it. Afterwards, he'd say, I got that certificate. I'm like, you got the certificate? You know, him and his mom talk all the time, and I'm working. I said, yeah. I said, boy, you did pick up something. And I saw his attitude change. No more the spoiled little boy. He started becoming a man. He started being proud of accomplishments that could take him further. And I was kind of blown away, but I'm kind of old school. I'm telling him, that's right, boy. That's what you're supposed to do. Keep going forward. Keep going forward. And he did, and he has. And I used to hear about little things that happened in the little jail, and I'd hear him say out of his mouth, yeah, I'm staying away from all of that. You know, I just, you know, and I'm looking at him, and I see his heart is pure, and he really wants to get out and be someone different than who he was. He doesn't appreciate who he was. He appreciates who he is. He's growing. And in that growth, he's developing things that he wants for his own life. He's developing a want for his family to be involved. He wants that missing piece that I think he thought he lost as a child with his father. But now he's growing past that, and he's embracing the people that are around him, and he wants to do good for the community. He wants to just show that he is a person that is not just some random bad guy that doesn't have a heart, doesn't have emotions, and really wants to do the right thing and be the right kind of person so he can lead his nieces and nephews. So they'll have someone, just like these people inside have someone to talk to. They got Ryan to talk to because he's lived it. He can sit down and have a conversation with them better than I can, because, you know, when you get to a certain age, kids don't want to listen to you. But now if you have someone that's of his age where he can kind of mentor, they'll tell him things that they won't tell me. And I'm assured that I would have no problem with that, because I see his growth within himself. He's on another path, you know, and it's and I hate it came to this, but I'm glad for the person that he is and he's becoming, because he's still evolving. He's still evolving. There's going to be ups and downs, but I think he's in a position to handle them like a young man now, with some guidance, you know, and acceptance being the key thing, because no one's always right. But again, just like that, on the other side of the coin, no one's always wrong. But you have to learn to accept things and take it to the next level to better yourself. And that's what I see in him, truly from within his heart, not just a bunch of words. Words mean nothing. From within his heart, I see conviction. I see growth. I don't know what else to tell you.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much for that. At this point, I would open it up to the board to ask any questions of Mr. Jones Adams or his dad.
Just to clarify, Mr. Jones Adams, I think I read that you're interested in lino lakes. Is
Yes, ma'am.
that right? Okay. And is that construction stuff there too, or?
Yes, they have a 8-week program with they work with Habitat for Humanity, and you go out into the community and you working in the community as almost like as close to freedom as I've ever seen, and I feel like that's very important to me. Not only do they do that, but they give you recognizable hours towards the union for your apprenticeship. And what's most important for me is just being able to get that scenery of working in the community.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
No.
Sure.
After he completes something like that, I was in the construction field for over 20 years. So one of my close friends, he says that whenever he touches the ground, he's always got a job with him. And this guy taught me the business, and Anthony Beasley. So he's got a lot of people around him that are willing to just take him and take him down the right path.
I think we saw some letters of support. Back that up too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones Adam, my understanding is that you ran into or encountered the best friend of your victim in prison.
Yes.
How did that occur, and what was the impact on you of that occurring? And what has your relationship with that person been?
When me and him first encountered each other, we actually got into a fight. But after that fight, when we were in SEG, we had time to speak, and he asked why and what really happened, and he wanted to get to the cause, and he really wanted to know, get some clarity. And I let him know that it was a miscommunication between both of us in a situation that we didn't even directly have played a part in, and I really didn't intend to take Marvin's life. And I mean, he really accepted me, he embraced me, and then every time I seen him, because unfortunately he's been incarcerated, I think about 3 more times after that, and I see him. He was just here in Moose Lake, and I see him, and it's like, we shake hands, I embrace him, and I always tell him, like, man, you back, man, like, go and get it together, like, try to encourage him to be better, and it feels good just getting that back, even though, just knowing that I've hurt him, and the pain that I caused him, he still gave me that love and that forgiveness and that respect back.
Thank you. Mr. Jones Adams, just going back to your immediate release plan for the moment. If I remember right, you talked about lino minimum with ICWIC, Habitat for Humanity.
Yes.
Or work release to Sherburne County Jail. What's your preference if you could pick?
In my plan, I try to do 6 months of ICWIC with Habitat for Humanity to be able to get that in, be able to obtain my driver's license in lino, and for 6 months, and then transition for 6 months into a work release program in Sherburne, because Sherburne County is where the core of my support system is at, and it'll be good to be around them for just to have that structure around me and people that's always going to protect me in every way. But it was a part of the whole plan of 6 months here, 6 months there. It wasn't a either or thing.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
Other questions? Okay. So seeing and hearing none. Mr. Jones Adams, I want to just provide you, before we go into deliberation and discussion about next steps, an opportunity to make a last comment before we do.
I know that I was a little nervous and I had to just got to really loosen up, but I really want you guys to feel like my heart for real. Like I wish I was in the room with you so you could actually like feel me when I say that I really am sorry and I understand the consequences of not only of me taking Marvin's life and coming here, but also the effects of even the words I'm saying now to you guys. Like I understand the effects that I have. I understand all that. Like and my intentions is positive in any way. Like I try to transmute everything that's negative into a positive. Mm-hmm. I'm not a negative person by nature. I ended up I mirror what I was around as a child, and that's not even where I come from. I had opportunities to do better, and that's something I still kind of regret to this day. And I feel like me even being passionate about construction the way I am, and I came to this conclusion actually last year, was like, I feel like it's like, I know the things that I've tore down and the damage that I've done, and construction for me is like symbolically me being able to build things back up. And that's the only thing I ever wanted to do, is just like, I proved to myself who I am already. I'm comfortable with myself. Now it's just about being able to instill the better qualities I have in myself into my stepchildren and my nieces and nephews that I've been fortunate enough to be involved in their lives, and they love me. Like, even, and just thinking about that, like, even with my peers, like, I became somebody that they come to and talk to about things that they know is like, I want to give you an example, just a quick example. Just yesterday, somebody came to me just randomly and said that he read an article that I wrote to it was a juvenile sentencing reform organization that was started. And he ended up reading my article, and he ended up running into a guy here that years before did a home invasion in his house and had his kids at gunpoint, his 5-year-old son. And he ended up running to the guy here, and he just asked me that. He said, I know that you're a guy that had been through a lot, and I read about the transformation that you made. How would you feel, or how would you handle this situation? And he told me that the trauma that his kids went through, and them having to go through therapy, and him having to cut their hair because the guys had them by their hair, and they were scared for other people to touch their hair. So I kind of I understood the trauma behind that, and I felt his pain. And I ended up being able to get those two guys together like just last night for them to be able to talk and be able to shake hands and be able to move forward with each other. And it was just a beautiful thing. But these are not things that I always talk about to other people, like that I actually speak out loud. But it's been a lot of situations like that, and I just been blessed, and I feel privileged that people are able to come up to me and they know that I'll give them the right advice. And that's why I just want you guys to know that I am a person, like I'm confident with myself. I love myself. And it really still does pain me that even though after all this growth that I've made and the transition that I've made, I still kind of felt like I did it at the expense of somebody losing their life. And I can never forget that. But I knew I had to love myself and be able to forgive myself in order for me to get to it as far as I am. And I'm never going to stop learning. I'm never going to stop trying to progress. And that's just what I want you guys to know.
Thank you for that. All right, with that, we will conclude that portion and move into discussions and deliberation about next steps. And so I open it up to.
Can I make a motion to deny parole, but start the step-down process to Lionel Lake's minimum with ICWIC, and then can he continue on if he's successful and go on to work release, and maybe we review in 1 year?
Second that.
There's a motion and a second. Other thoughts? Board members? I just want to say this. I am like amazed and really feel positive about the steps in progress. I'll be honest, I'm a bit concerned about the speed because and this is just not because of anything more than the fact that I feel that sense of like that movement and I don't want to stop that. At the same time, I want to be mindful of the fact that there's a process here and that he came in young and that I just don't want to be in a place where that gets so fast that he maybe gets ahead of himself. That's the only concern I have, and I don't know how to evaluate that. And maybe maybe the 6 months is enough. Just again, making a move transfer could take 60 to 90. So then we run into that issue, and then it's not really 6 months. And then I also will say that just the Sherburne work release is a different type of work release than it's a jail-based program, so that he would move to the jail. It's very much like almost like Huber would be if you're in a county jail, where you come in, you go out, and that's largely it. As opposed to like the halfway houses where there can be, steps, progression, more privileges. It's not. I'm not saying it's bad at all. It's just different. And I start to think about like the benefits of him being close to family and home. At the same time, I would be concerned about is that the best for him in terms of in light of the transition needs that he may have. That's just an observation. And I don't know, Becky, if you like.
I would say that for someone who was so young and did so much time, that's a really fast transition. It's very fast.
The only thing I was thinking about work release was not naming it.
I would not.
Yeah.
I would.
And just see how this all plays out.
And we don't dictate where they go to work release. We allow them to apply, and the work release director works those things out based on bed space and resources and support that works. So we typically don't get into saying here. We might say not here, but not always. It's not typical for us to name which one. You can make that request at the time and see.
Yes, I'm just very impressed with the fact that he's had no discipline since he's been at Moose Lake. So I think there is a level of maturity there that is not typical in folks that we've been talking to. Very impressed by his dad and support and that connection and following in his career path. Someone in the book talked about how much potential he has. So I think he's, people who know Mr. Jones Adams see potential. So I don't know about, I appreciate you guys are the experts in terms of time frame, but definitely, following, I thought his release plan was really strong.
And I don't have a crystal ball or anything like that. It's just that.
Get it moving.
And part of it's just hearing from other people who've been in and, and I think some of the things we've seen just in terms of sometimes movement can be destabilizing, really quick transitions. So that would be the only thing.
My understanding is fast track, he'd only he'd be able to be at what, Lionel, the next spot for only 6 months. I see a year from now, in some ways, really testing that fast track, and we're losing no options a year from now than what we have right now. Unless your concern is that he be at a same spot for over a year, is that correct?
No, I don't have any sense of what the time should be or anything like that. I don't know. But I also am just, if it's going to take, let's just say it takes us 60 days, a minimum probably to make this transfer. If we frame this up a little bit, the ICWIC is especially if he were to do the Habitat for Humanity, which is a bit smaller work site. They're working together out at home and that kind of stuff. Then the
That's
transition.
a good opportunity, right?
Yeah, it's a positive one, but I also think then he moves to work release. I don't know like what experiences he gets to be in that less controlled setting, especially if he does the Sherburne or the jail-based work release program, because they're much more highly controlled. So that's just the concern I have. But again, it's not. I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination I'm right, and we can certainly come back in a year and evaluate where he's at. I guess the question would be: is the board want to set a term of minimum on ICWIC or before it moves, or leave that to the team to decide? What would be the wishes?
Is your concern like that we don't add on work release to this, that we just go as far as minimum ICWIC, continue and see what happens? I didn't understand the.
Yeah, I think it would, if it were for me, if it's 60 to 90 days, give them a chance to get out there, be on the crew, demonstrate that, show that, and then at that point in time, see him, and then you could evaluate, maybe quicker, because he's been in there for a period of time and demonstrated kind of this continuing leadership that he has already started to show in the facility and that kind of stuff in that setting, and then evaluate a step down to whatever is best. But that would be the difference. But again, I don't want to, because I don't have any crystal ball here. I just
is an in-person or a hearing like this in a year, is that a requirement, or from your experience kind of a best practice? Or we've talked about, like, certainly we're moving in this step down mode. Does it make any sense to do a paper review in a year, or is that not something that I guess others would necessarily advocate for? Maybe it's not even necessarily an appropriate thing to do. I just posed the question.
I think it's a fair question, and I think you could certainly do paper review and move him based on how he's doing. I think the only thing that I think would be a better practice would be to make sure that we see him prior to any date being given to him for release.
No, of course. Yep. No, but that makes sense. And that was where I posed the question, so if we did a paper review in a year and then, say, yep, everything looks good, go to work release for another year, and then set that date to come back for the board, what that's framed like, I don't know.
It could be 6 months in work release, whatever the board felt like at that point in time, if, on how he does with the minimum placement. So, I think that paper review could just be a way for us to do a check-in on how things are going and move that direction. At the same time, I want to be clear. I don't want to be influencing this motion in a way that I shouldn't. But so we do have a motion on the table and a second. And I think as the motion is in, it is a deny work release and going to a minimum, for ICWIC, and then a transfer to work release and see him in a year. I think we have both a motion and a second on that.
Clarify that again. I'm sorry. What would be the movement in the next year? That's where I'm not clear at this point.
So right now, as motion stands, it would be a transfer to Lino, the minimum for work on an ICWIC crew, probably Housing for Humanity one, and then a transfer at some point in the middle of that to work release and see him in a year from now.
Okay, thank you. It's clear.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other conditions that people would like to add to this? Hearing none. The standard ones would be, remain discipline free and so forth as we would go. So to the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
No.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes no. The motion will prevail as 4-3 with the transfer, moving him and seeing him with denying parole and seeing him within a year, and a move to ICWIC.
One more point of clarification, please. If this transfer to minimum doesn't work, if there's some snags along the way, what would be the consequences of that, or what's the mechanism or the discipline that would be followed if things don't work out in minimum?
It would be institutional discipline during that time, and then but we would still see him in that in the specified period of time, and at that point in time, the board would be advised of whatever happened and what the discipline was. Okay. So, Mr. Jones Adams, you've had a chance to hear the deliberation, and you understand what was decided here, and we will get a letter off to you as well. But I just want to make sure if you have any questions, we can answer them.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate you guys, your time and your effort, and actually just listening. I really appreciate it. It's just no questions. I appreciate it, and thank you.
All right. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Okay. Good luck to you guys.
See you in a year.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Out of Washington County Place and being placed in the county jail. Different, unrelated piece. All right, Mr. Baker.
I can't. Can you guys
hear us?
Yeah,
yep, we can hear
you. The TV's not on.
We get okay. We'll get somebody to fix that.
Okay.
You can see us here.
I can't see you guys. I can hear y'all, but the TV's off in the room.
Yeah, is somebody else in the room? Sorry, is somebody else in the room with you there?
No, it's not.
Can you, or we can message somebody or knock on the door there and just see if somebody can come in and turn that TV on for you.
I mean, I could grab the remote and turn it on.
Yeah, just have them.
Oh yeah, here
they are.
Okay. So let's see. Trying to manage multiple things at once. Can you hear us okay?
Yep, we can hear loud and clear. Can you see us?
I was going to call his brother now and put him on the speakerphone.
So if I could just interject here just for a second.
Sure.
We got a message like this morning. I sent you a letter via email. So I sent a letter, email this morning, board members, a letter that came in for support and also a request. This person wants to make a statement. And Mr. Baker did not have an advocate, so I agreed to allow this person to speak in the advocate role to make their statement for Mr. Baker.
Does Mr. Baker know who it is?
It's his brother.
Yep.
Okay.
Stephen Jennings.
You had a conversation about that there, I'm assuming?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Is it okay for me to give him a call?
Yes.
Okay, he's going to be appearing by speakerphone, so.
That's perfect.
Hi, this is Stefan. Hi, Stefan. It's Miss Brolick here. I'm going to put you on speakerphone and turn the volume up. Can you say hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Can you hear him?
We can hear.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I am going to leave the room if you guys are all set up here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Baker, can you hear us and see us now?
Yeah, I can hear.
And you can see us?
I can see too.
Okay, wonderful. All right, good afternoon. Rebecca Holmes Larson here, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and of the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Leonard Baker, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. And as we just spoke about, his brother is on the speakerphone there at Faribault, who would like to also make a statement of support later. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present here in our room at Central Office are board members Jody Nelson, board member Chris Bray, board member Cheryl Ramstad, and Mr. Baker, also you will see board member Joe Earhart on screen, along with Don Strufert and member Andrew Larson. Thank you. Our records indicate that on Sunday, July 18th, 2010, Golden Valley Police received information from a citizen that a body had been discovered in Bassett Creek while someone was kayaking in Theodore Worth Park. Officers went to the scene and found the deceased body, later identified as James Grant, lying on the edge of a pond with a car battery tied to one of his legs with a cable. Golden Valley Police, with assistance from Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, received information that 3 juveniles were involved in the death. Detectives later identified Leonard Baker and 2 others as the individuals responsible. Police discovered through their investigation that on July 10th, 2010, Baker and his co-defendants brought the victim to a wooded area in the park for the purpose of a jump in with the Bloods. The officers were told the beating was a gang initiation beating and was in retaliation for a fight that had occurred involving Grant and one of the co-defendants' relatives. The three involved began beating Grant with their hands and feet and at one point with a shovel. The three individuals were initially going to place the victim in a shallow grave. However, they aborted the initial plan and instead stole a car battery and cable from a duplex that was nearby and submerged the body in the pond. On February 9th of 2011, Leonard Baker was sentenced in Hennepin County District Court to 280 months for second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Baker now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 15 years of incarceration. His minimum confinement release date was originally February 17th of 2026. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Baker is eligible to be considered for parole as of July 22nd, 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Baker. How are you today?
I'm okay.
All right. I'd like to start by asking you what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like to see a release plan, like some type of process get put into play for me to be released on July 22nd. And yeah, that's what I would like to see.
Whose plan should we follow to get you to that point?
I mean, I think it should be a collective effort. I mean, I have a plan. I know my family has a plan, but I'm sure you guys will have input on that too. As far as
okay, I noted that you decided not to submit a letter. Is there a reason for that?
Because I was told that like we'd be sitting face to face, so I'll just.
Yeah, you don't have to. I want to be clear. You don't have to. There's no requirement.
Yeah, I just opted to just talk. Since I figured we're gonna be talking like this, I just opted to just talk face to face.
Okay. So, like, talk. Well, first of all, let's talk through what your release plan would be, and how detailed that is.
So basically, what it would look like is I would parole to my mom's house in St. Paul or my grandma's house in Woodbury and start working, and really everything will basically branch off from me working, going to work, coming home from work, and then from there on it'll probably look like school, community, some type of community work. You know, I want to work with at-risk youth. I want to work with kids that was like around my age. So probably starting off with like some volunteer, any type of volunteer type of work I can find. And then, just branching out from that. But initially it would just be work. My release plan would be to work, get a job, school, and then just branch out from there.
What makes you feel you're ready for that?
I mean, it's just been a long road, and I think I learned the hard way. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready.
Can you articulate what it is that makes you feel like you're ready? Because there's some things that have happened that might suggest that you may not be as ready. I mean, I'm just looking for you to help us be able to articulate why it is that you'd be ready and why releasing you early would be a good bet at this stage, given some of the challenges.
Well, first of all, one of the biggest reasons why I want to get released early is because my mom's health, and I want to get out just in case. I want to make sure she sees me get released. I don't know what her health is going to look like around the time that I SRD, but I would like to get out early, so just so she'll be able to see me get out, and I'll be able to help take care of her. And on top of that, I mean, I know I had a lot of bumps in the road. I know I got a lot of discipline and stuff like that, but a lot of my personal growth really took place during those times when I was in segregation and during those times when I was in trouble, and a lot of my self-reflection took place during those times. So it may not look so good on paper as far as all of this programming, and it may not look like it if you just looked at it on paper, but it's been a lot of personal growth throughout all of my tribulations that I've been through and all of the stuff I've been through during my incarceration.
Okay, so I want to respect your comment about it not, what's on the paper versus the experiences, the changes that you've made and undergone. Can you describe those for us?
I mean, first coming in it says that I came in at 17, but I really came in at 16. I turned 17 in juvenile detention, and coming in, and it really started with SEG, being in SEG, 17, 18 years old, and just being in that room alone, and having to ask myself, who am I? What am I doing? Who do I want to be? And my first going to SEG is what really started, the process of me self-reflecting, and really looking within myself. And it wasn't always. It was a lot of steps forward, steps back, steps forward, steps back, step forward, step back. But it's definitely a lot of growth.
Okay. So one of the obligations of the board is to ensure that, to the fullest extent possible, that public safety would not be impaired if you were released. Can you give us the words that you would use if you were in our shoes to say, these are the reasons why we do not believe Mr. Baker represents a risk to public safety? How would you give us the words to help us describe that if that's what you believe?
I mean, in my words, where I'm at in my life and where I'm at with my crime and what I did and where I want to go moving forward, I want to be on the other side of it. I've been on the wrong side, now I want to be on the right side. And like I said, I want to help kids that was in the position that I was in when I was 15 and I was 16 and I was lost and I was angry and I didn't know how to process my emotions, or I want to be able to be on the other side of it. So as far as me presenting any risk to public safety, there's none. There's no risk. You know?
So like about a year ago, you were involved in a fight, and you don't believe that fighting reflects involvement in behavior that is a risk to public safety?
You could say that, but yeah, a person could say that, but to go into detail about that situation, I was in Lino Lakes and I had an opportunity to be around the YOs, and I had talked to their case manager, and I had let her know, like, hey, I was a youthful offender. I graduated the program, so I kind of started to mentor the YOs, and a situation had happened with an adult, a guy. He was probably like 45 or 46, and he was trying to take advantage of the YOs, and I handled it the wrong way. You know, I could have handled it a better way, and yeah, I think I dropped the ball on that.
Okay. Then one of the things that the records indicate is that, and again, it's fortunately the last incident occurred in 2022, September of 2022, so two and a half years ago, whatever that is. There was 11 instances of sexually inappropriate behavior that resulted in formal discipline. What is that about?
Yeah, like as far as the whole sexual behavior instances towards female staff, I mean, that's something that I came into the prison system real young, and it was something that older males were doing, and it was something that some to an extent, it was something that was kind of going on that I started doing it, and then I think I kind of started to believe in a way because some female staff accepted it. I kind of thought that they all did, and I kind of went down kind of like I don't even really know how to put words to it to somebody that's out in the outside world because it's super dysfunctional, but it's something that guys do in prison towards female staff. I'm not making an excuse for it, but you know, I came in real young and I haven't really had that much female contact and that many relationships with females, and I think it was just a real messed up way that I was expressing myself towards females, and I know it's wrong. I don't make no excuses for it. You know, I wouldn't want nobody to do anything like that towards any females in my family. You know, and yeah.
Right. That's addressed now. It's no longer a problem for you?
Yeah, no, that's not a problem for me.
In May of 2024, there was some potential misuse of prescribed medications that resulted in some discipline. What was that about?
I was taking my medication up at the pill window, and the nurse perceived that I was trying to cheat my medication. And yeah. I tried to tell her that I wasn't, but given my past, it really wasn't no point. I really didn't fight it that much.
Okay. So Are these things that we should give any credence to related to your readiness and potential impact on public safety? I mean, do those things matter as it relates to that assessment, in your view?
I know me, so I don't think they matter. I know my intentions, so I understand that it is always going to be people that are going to probably look at my past actions or look at my case and be like, they're going to think what they're going to think. You know what I'm saying? I can't control that. But for the past year, I mean, I've been staying out of trouble. I got a lot of certificates. I got my peer recovery specialist certificate. That's something I want to do when I get out. I got my mental health recovery. My mental health first aid certificate. I graduated treatment within the past year, and I did TSG therapy skills group. I became a mentor, and I've been putting in the effort. I feel like to try to stay out of trouble, and
And I want to acknowledge and applaud, your recent efforts, and that recovery stuff is really, really important and can be very helpful. All right. Let's turn to your brother there and ask him to provide his input, and then we'll open it up for the board to ask questions of either of you. Can you ask if he can hear us there?
Stefan.
Hello?
Stefan.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
You want to provide your input, sir? Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Stefan?
yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mr.
so I
Jennings?
prepared a letter. I don't know if the board is ready for me to read it briefly.
Mr. Jennings, I did share your letter with the board members.
But you can read it.
You can certainly read it.
Okay.
Mr. Baker, you want to communicate? You can go ahead with the letter.
Stefan,
might
go ahead.
hear
You
you.
can read the letter.
They can't hear me. Hello, can you still hear me now?
We can all hear you.
Okay, so when I switch off the screen, you guys can't hear me. Mom, can you take a picture of this letter or something so I can be able to read it while I'm actually on the phone? For whatever reason, when I switch over, it won't let me. You guys can't hear me when I change over. So get. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Technical difficulties. Okay. I hope this letter finds you well. I'm writing to you on behalf of Leonard Baker, who is currently seeking parole. I want to take this opportunity to express my belief that Leonard truly deserves a second chance at life outside of incarceration. Leonard has faced his past with courage and resilience. He has taken significant steps to rehabilitate himself during his incarceration. During his time in prison, he has shown an unwavering commitment to personal growth. And it is my conviction that he has paid his debt to society and that his release would not only benefit him, but also the community that supports him. Throughout his time behind bars, Leonard has consistently maintained a positive attitude, and his ability to be able to uplift the others around him, even in the most challenging circumstances, speaks volumes about his character. And he has become a mentor to others, providing guidance and hope to those who may struggle on their path towards rehabilitation. Leonard's transformation is a testament to his desire to become a contributing member of society. Upon his release, Leonard will have a strong support network waiting for him. And I personally will be a part of that strong support network. And I will be waiting along with many others in our community, and we are willing, ready, and eager to help him reintegrate into society. We understand the challenges that he may face, and we are standing by his side every step of the way. We believe Leonard has put forth the effort, and he will be willing to make a meaningful contribution to the community. And with our support of him and with the stability that he needs to succeed. In closing, I urge you to consider Leonard Baker's journey and the positive changes that he has made. Granting him parole would not only be a deserved acknowledgement of his efforts, but also a profound opportunity for him to demonstrate that he can lead a life of purpose and positivity outside of confinement.
Thank you for that. We really appreciate you providing that input and the letter, which we all have, and for being an ongoing support to your brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. With that, I would open the floor to the board for any questions for Mr. Baker or his brother.
My questions would be in relation to your mental health services that you took advantage of while you were there. Particularly, I'd like more information about referred psychiatry follow-up back in August. Could you describe what that was about? And could I understand? I'd like to understand more what was happening there and what was helpful.
Well, I mean, just being able to have somebody to express myself to, like my feelings, and being able to go over like all the different thought distortions that I might have had, and just I think it was helpful for me. I haven't always trusted in psych services in prison. I always thought it was just like, I don't know, like a sham or a way to try to gather information from inmates or something. But when I started working with my counselor here, it was profound. And I was able to talk about a lot of stuff that I've never talked about ever, and be honest and vulnerable and open up about stuff that I never talked about before. So it definitely, I grew from it a lot, and I definitely believe in it now. Before I wasn't a believer, but I believe in it now. So it's definitely something I'm gonna follow up with, even when I get out, and probably for the rest of my life, I'll probably have somebody that I talk to.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing the positive response you experienced there. Could you talk a little bit more about the opportunities to continue that upon your release? What have you found, or where would you look, or what's available for you out there on the other
I
side?
just talked with my psych, and she printed out a list of all of the resources for Washington, Ramsey, Hennepin, and another neighboring county. But and she was telling me like if I got approved, how she would since I have a major since I have a diagnosis, basically that they can provide the follow up for like appointments and who I'm going to meet with and all of that before I get out. So that's something that the prison actually provides before release for somebody that has a diagnosis like me, major depressive and anxiety disorder. So
you see that being taken care of, or follow through is going to be facilitated before you get out, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, of course. Yep. That anything else that I could have, as far as like a job, my appointments for psych, for any type of psych services and stuff, any of that stuff. But that would be a top priority for me, is having a therapist and also having like a outpatient, some type of group I can go and participate in.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Yeah, so that would be something that I would definitely do it immediately upon release.
If release does not happen, say in July as you request, what opportunities, or how would you follow that through? If you were get into a step down process, or if it's slow, that whole release process slows down, what opportunities would you have to still address your mental health and continue with that positive relationship?
I'll keep meeting with my therapist that I got right now with Miss Nelson. I'm finna start thinking for a change on April 1st. Do decision points. Retake the emotional intensity management course. And just keep on doing what I'm doing. You know, my release plan it really wouldn't change that much. It'll still be the same, except I'll probably be taking more classes since I'll still be here longer.
Mr. Baker, I have a question. What have you done thus far, or what do you plan to do that could be considered an aspect of restorative justice? I didn't see that you'd been involved in the restorative justice program just yet. Do you have plans for that?
Yeah, I plan on taking restorative justice too. But I've been to some restorative justice classes and stuff, but I've never like graduated or had any certificate from them.
That's what I assumed had been happening, but you plan to go back and complete that?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Baker, I'm wondering what it is you would, what's your vocational plan? I know you have a long-term plan of school, social work, kids, but short of that, as you get out, what do you see yourself getting a job doing?
Well, probably to be honest, I plan on going to a temp service and probably getting a job in a warehouse. Probably learn how to operate the forklift and stuff like that, or some type of physical labor, some type of I thought about carpentry. I've thought about my uncle. He has his CDLs, so that's definitely something that I'm considering on doing with him. Getting my CDLs and doing a box truck kind of split between whether I want to do the box truck or do the dump truck, but probably the box truck because it's smaller than the dump truck. But yeah, those are just some of the things that I've thought about.
Thank you.
But as far as like working when I first get out, I'm not turning nothing down. If I could work in prison for 25 cents in the kitchen, and I'll take any job I can get in the community.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker, have you looked into doing any of the vocational training stuff within any of the DOC facilities? Is that anything that you've looked at so that you're not having to wait until you're released to start to do some of those things?
Yeah, I thought about doing the heavy equipment operating thing here, but the reason why I didn't was, one, I was like going through a lot of stuff and going back and forth, and as far as with my behavior and my mental health and my discipline and stuff, but I was also told that you got to renew a lot of those certificates and those licenses, and I was also told that like a lot of them is like on the job training, you know, as far as like you go into a place and a lot of that stuff they'll teach you how to do it right there on the job, as far as like the forklift and even some of the heavy equipment operating stuff. I mean, so that was kind of why I kind of opted to just kind of wait till I got out, because I didn't want to get out and the people like employers didn't acknowledge the certificate or told me I had to renew it, you know, so.
Sure. Well, and I guess I would really encourage you, get as many of those things done as you can, get some of those foundational pieces ready to go, because you know, regardless of what the board chooses today, like your release date is, you know, likely coming. So I would try to avoid leaving too many things for when you get out, because I suspect that's going to be, you know, a challenging time, a lot of transition. So, you know, certainly the more things you can get done, the better. So I just encourage you to continue to look at that.
Mr. Baker, I don't have a question, but I really want to commend you on recognizing that you need mental health help and counseling, and you've reached out, you get it, and you found somebody you trust. And I also commend you on your sobriety, and I hope you will attend AA or NA or do what you have to do to maintain your sobriety.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Mr. Baker, I want to provide an opportunity for you to make a last comment to the board prior to board discussion and deliberation into next steps. Is there anything that you would like to add or say prior to that?
I just wanted to say I was real nervous. It was kind of hard for me to articulate myself and answer a lot of the questions how I pictured it would go in my head. But I just want to say that, you know, words can't express how much remorse I have for my crime and for what I did. And I know I took something that I could never give back. You know, I can't give my victim his life back, but what I can do is I can try to contribute and I can try to save another kid's life that was like me, that was lost out there. And if I can save one kid's life, or, you know, I think that's good enough, you know, and I just want to get my chance, you know, to try to do something positive on this earth. And I want my mom to see it, and I want my grandma to see it. And, you know, I want to show them, and I want them to witness, you know, that, you know, I can make them proud and I can be a good person, you know, and I can honor my victim, you know, by living a nonviolent, you know, positive life.
Thank you
And
for
I
that.
mean, that's really just what it's about to me. Really, at the end of the day, it's just, it all boils down to me. Like I said, I can never give back what I took, but it all boils down to me just trying to, contribute to society and contribute to this earth in a positive way.
Thank you for that. One final question. Just if it were something that could be arranged, and I don't know that it would or could, or and there was the opportunity to meet with the family members of your victim and to have a discussion and a dialogue about what happened that day. Is that something you'd be willing to do?
Yes. I think the victim's family deserves the truth account. And I definitely will be willing to tell them if that's what they wanted to know and they wanted to hear.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Okay, with that, we'll bring off into discussion and deliberation and next steps. Board members, thoughts? I'll just say what I'm struggling with here is, I have concern about the work that is in process and progress. July 22nd is the 15-year eligibility date, but then he has a hard release date in February of 26. So if my math is right, that's just about roughly 7 months difference. And so I'm trying to figure out what's a plan to bolster success given a relatively short timeline in either instance.
Well, what about beginning a step-down program to minimum when minimum becomes available, which could take a while, and step down to minimum and do work release while at minimum? And would it be too short a time period to see him again in 9 months?
And that would be about the end of the year, right?
December, January. Yes, right before his confinement release date. It's such a short period of time, it's hard to come up with a real meaningful release plan, but it would be good to have some time to transition through minimum and ICWIC, possibly at Lino Lakes.
Do you know that Lino Lakes is getting most of the lifers? So if there's ever an opportunity to test the minimum facilities.
So he could move minimum. What Becky was just saying, if you didn't hear, was just that they're getting, we've moved a lot there, like when it comes to things like PFA or, some of those other programs, or and some of the crews that they have specific interests. So trying to spread around the folks. So, he could stay at Federal minimum as well, or Red Wing.
Well, that's true. He's already for both.
Somebody want to
I'm just
something?
trying to think about a way to transition for a more gradual release and to prepare in terms of work.
And I would just say that, that he, I think that there's some benefit here of some planning on our part because he might not otherwise be eligible for some of these programs, but for action by the board based on some of the discipline stuff. And so if we want to, if it's the wishes of the board to test transition in a thoughtful sort of way that might be happen here, that may not happen otherwise by policy because of some of the challenges he's had.
I agree with Joe. I think that's the only way to really help him be successful when he leaves.
So here, I'll take a shot. So deny parole, get going on step down to minimum, and work release following that, with the end date being the release date in February of 26. And supersede any policies that would restrict his ability to take part in programs that would facilitate his successful transition.
Yeah, we by action of where we would naturally be doing that, but so there's a motion to transition him to minimum, and do you have was there work? I didn't.
I said work release.
And work release at some point in time in there, based upon obviously success, and one would lead to the next, and really would be we would not be seeing him again, assuming everything went fine. We would not be seeing him again because he would transition directly. He has a hard out date no matter what. So that would be the plan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
We have motion and a second. I would just say that, really the key things here, as I think about this, I'm reticent, but I'm in the same boat. Like, I don't know what else to do. And I want to make sure that we're thinking about the fact that he's got a hard out anyway. And so the question for me is, challenge for me is like, this at least provides a mechanism of some step down and allow him to write his ticket, so to speak, if he does well, or bring him back in if he doesn't. But either way, he's going out in February.
What kind of a release does he have? Is he released completely, or does he have a supervised release officer?
Yeah.
And how can that be influenced, if at all?
Conditions would be set by HRU on his release. He may end up see where he lands, but may end up going out ISR. In either instance, that will be determined really based on a variety of factors as he gets closer. But he will be subject to supervision for a considerable chunk of time. I don't remember what his expiration is. 30. So 33. So he's got some time.
So as far as there'd be some clout to enforce the continued psychiatric care.
Yeah.
And psychotropic medication.
I would put that. I would include that as part of your disposition here, so it carries through.
so that he continues to follow through on mental health, substance use, aftercare, and psychiatry with medication, whatever that may include, during any step down as he goes. And then I think he raised the point about, he was talking about mental health release planners who can help coordinate that transition of mental health care as he would transition home. So we have a motion and a second. Obviously, goes without saying, but remaining discipline free would be a standard base expectation as he goes forward. To the motion, Member Bray?
Yes.
Member Earhart?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Member Struford?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. So the motion as presented passes unanimously. Mr. Baker, I'm sorry. I'm looking at 8 different sheets here. I just, you had a chance to hear where the board's at. And I think really what, if there's a takeaway here, I think what the board is trying to do is make an investment in an opportunity that you might not have otherwise afforded to you. While you may not be walking out of prison earlier than your confinement release date as established as part of your determinate sentence, you will have the opportunity to demonstrate, your commitment to success through the step down process that the board established here today. That might not, probably would not be available to you if it was just under a straight DOC policy. And that's based on some of the relatively recent discipline and those sorts of things that may preclude you from the step down. And at the same time, I think the board has heard and seen some of the recent progress and success and your commitment and heard your commitment to that. But we also want to make sure that we get a chance to see how you manage transition with a move to minimum and ultimately to work release, assuming that minimum is successful. And I hope you see that that's an investment in you and your success, because it is, and I think it's a thoughtful approach to giving you an opportunity to prove yourself and to move forward. And so I really want to wish you well, and we'll send you a letter that summarizes this and work with your HRU, work with your case manager and so forth to move and get in motion some of these steps. It'll take a little bit of time to get you moved, but we'll get that figured out and go from there. Any questions about any of this?
No, not at this time. No.
Okay.
I do want to note that I turned minimum May in 2 months, so if that's helpful for you guys to know that.
Yeah, you may have minimum opportunities. You may not have the same opportunities in your own work release. Some of these things, right? So we're just trying to make sure we set you up as much as we can.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Excellent. So we got through the agenda. We have a couple of just one action item to take care of here. We have approval of the meeting minutes from March 14th, 2025 meeting. Is there a motion to approve them? A second?
Second.
Any corrections, additions, or deletions? Hearing none, we'll do a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? And the motion prevails. And we have anybody signed up for public comment? No sign up for public comment. The next meeting of the Supervised Release Board is Friday, April 11th, 11:15 a.m. to 4:30 here at the Department of Corrections and available online. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
And we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. John, thank you. Shelby, thank you.
Hey, Commissioner, check your text.